monogamy represents a deepening of bonding into a kind of lifelong project that is entirely spiritual. Not that it doesn't have a physical and an ecstatic and an erotic side, but it all goes together to create something that should not be expected of adolescence and should not be preached as the ideal at all stages of life. And this is pretty much how it's handled in a number of non-literate societies. Marriage is taken very seriously, and but before marriage, a different set of rules obtains. So that's not a solution for those of us who are already into middle age or beyond, but it certainly gives indication of how we might think about it in raising our own children.
I want to add something, if I may. I think the objectification of women, which is not unique, it's only just marketed and packaged so very expertly in the West, but the making women commodities really completely messes up the whole deal. Because if it is just an exchange of commodities, I mean, why stick with one commodity? And that is not just the Western thing, but, if it's just a collection of body parts, like the pin-up girl or boy, right, which is sort of a way of getting into that. And I think that it really hinges, but it's very much the woman who's been, the objectified one, Joan. The other one was sort of a kind of a blip of reaction in this transitional time. And I think that's something we have to kind of get through before we can really work that out.
It's very hard to realize the power of woman as commodity in this society until you are away from it. I remember, this happens every time, but I remember particularly in the Amazon, we had been about 3 weeks up this river, a group of about 6 of us, women and men, and we came to this village, and there was the obligatory meeting with the head man of the village to let them know that we would be collecting plants in their area and so forth and so on. And we had been away from Iquitos by now, I guess, a month, and we came into the Maloca, and it was dimly lit, and then he lit a little kind of a candle, and there was a girly calendar of the most innocuous sort. I mean, the kind that spark plug companies produce in the United States. It was very mild, and I was trying to deal with this guy, and I was absolutely riveted. I could not tear my eyes from it, and I was even thinking, it came upon me, was it conceivable that without blowing everyone's mind, especially the fellow members of my party, could I get this away from this guy? And so, and then of course, other things happened and time passed, and then later I was back in Iquitos, and I came upon this same calendar in a libraria there, and it had no power whatsoever, because in Iquitos I was saturated in these images, just the news vendors on the street, and this is very mild stuff, it's a Latin Catholic country, but the power of this image is why it's used to sell everything from cigarettes to debenture bonds. It's and it is dehumanizing. It is dehumanizing because it takes us literally to the surface. Everything is flattened. This is again this flattening of the primacy of experience, reducing everything to a sensation empty of emotional content. And if you can do it with women, you can do it with anything.
I want to stop on that, because if you take just that away with you, as I think I said sometime either last night or today, that what my work indicates is something that once you articulate it, it sounds obvious, but somehow it's been overlooked. And it's very simply this, that the way that a society structures that most fundamental of all relations, the relations between the female and the male half of humanity, because that's what women and men are, that profoundly affects everything. It doesn't just affect our individual life choices and role as women and men, which we of course experience, very clearly, and now we're really aware of it. But it affects every one of our social institutions, and that's really the objectification of women. The domination of women is the template, it's the model. Because if you can do that to your female twin, if you can do that to the person with whom you have the most intimate relationship, then why not do it to somebody whose difference is not one of sex, but of color, or of hairdo, or of politics or religion? It's the template, it's the model. And so what I really want to say to you is that these issues that we have been so thoroughly socialized to think of as, quote, just women's issues, are the central core issues that we better start paying attention to. And I am very definitely making a statement here that I passionately want to share with you. That because it's so obvious, if you really think about it, but we've been so conditioned not to, and of course the reason that we're so conditioned to think of it that way is because if once we start thinking of this way, then we are challenging the very basis, the very foundation of the dominator system, and it extends into everything. And I really want to say this one thing, and it's about language, because you've spoken about language. I never used to be aware of anything, I think. I mean, I think that's really the only way one can describe my former state. But anyway, but I certainly was not aware. I was aware of a slight sense of discomfort. Well, more than slight, when I went to college, and everything was the study of man and mankind. And all of the examples were male-centered because the message was very clear. I was here, but I really had no business being here. None of this was really directed to me. But it was so, wafty away, and I thought I was uncomfortable because I hadn't found the right guy, or wasn't wearing the right blouse, or, I had no consciousness. But now it's very clear to me that the whole use of male-exclusive language, the term man instead of human, the term mankind instead of humankind, the term he instead of she or he or we, that's a way of really linguistically almost short-circuiting. It's really a way of short-circuiting any partnership circuitry in our heads, okay? And that it's tremendously important.
Have you noticed you're using the word history a lot? His story, and I was thinking you can use the word her story also.
Well, I was thinking about that because the title of this is the, of past history. I was thinking, how about our story?
Good, yeah.
Because I kind of like to move from prehistory to history to our story.
I know that sometimes we play with words because we just got married, and I had the same experience of feeling real resistance being owned and all of that. And someone said, Mrs. Charles Brent. And I said, no, this is Mr. Linda Brent. And when I think sometimes when we reverse the thing, it doesn't seem so, it wasn't that it was awful to be called that, because I'm proud to be married to my husband. It was just that if you start reversing it that way and how absurd it sounds to call him Linda Brent, it makes it how absurd it is to call me Charles Brent. Where it doesn't sound so absurd otherwise. So I think when we start noticing those things, just to reverse them.
No, I think that's a very, very good thing. But this is how we're all beginning to notice these things, and it's fun. And it's a little uncomfortable, but it's much more fun than that.
Well, there's a fellow, Dr. Warren Farrell, who's doing that. He talks about walking in someone else's shoes. He has interesting workshops because he has the women line up in rows according to their income. And then he has the men stand on chairs and turn around so that the women can see.
Wonderful.
Actual experience of witnesses and people.
I think experiencing it really makes a difference. David, you want to add something? Okay. No, you have to get up.
As we playing with words teaches a lot because I think it's coded. And so you can see history, as you said, as his story. But mystery is his About this question that actually that Robin brought up this morning about the whole duality of us and them, us being the partnership model and them being the dominant. And I was really plagued by that very much and thinking about how to get away from that, because in our own work together to shift this paradigm in the world, if we come from a place of duality, if we come from that place that Eve got to when she ate that apple of good and evil, we got to that first duality of good and evil, then in a sense we're shutting ourselves out from the garden of partnership. And how I think we could get from the duality that's kind of naturally out there in terms of the partnership and the dominance would be to see these people that are actually all of us as people in pain. And I thought about that again when we were talking about male and female roles and seeing men as the dominators. It's actually a kind of expression of pain that men have been so out of touch with themselves that they would see women as objects. And such an inability to make contact with themselves makes an inability to make contact with another. And I see the whole pornography thing as kind of a painful for all of us area where we have just sought after contact real desperately and not been able to come into contact because of not being in contact with our own pain and being in a state of denial. And that this kind of sexuality that's been promoted in our culture where it just is an expression seems to speak of that kind of pain of living in denial.
Thank you for sharing that.
Oh, David wants, I think, to address this issue of dualism. He talked to me earlier.
Oh, good.
Yeah, no, that's a very good perspective. I think it's a question of the duality thing. It's so important that it needs to be thought through from a number of different perspectives. All I want to share with there's two perspectives that occurred to me after Robin brought it up this morning. See, I see it as absolutely essential for us to differentiate what's partnership versus what's dominant. And it is very necessary to go through this us and them process. And the same, but there's two levels of meaning. One is in philosophy, dialectic. You've got, in order to reach any progression, one way of looking at it, you've got to state the status rather powerfully in order to get the antithesis status powerfully, in order to move beyond that towards the synthesis. What we don't want is the synthesis of the dominator and the partnership. But that's the philosophical point. The practical point is this: if you look at the way a child goes up, or if you look at how a excluded minority, like the blacks, which is very familiar, advance themselves. In the case of the child almost always has to go through that period. It happens at earlier stages, but it becomes particularly in the focus during adolescence, where in order to differentiate itself from the parent, it hates that parent, goes through that period. I'm not you. I don't want it. So there's that necessary negativity where they're differentiating. Same thing happens with black people, where there's a lot of white people felt awfully uncomfortable with black power. They thought, oh, there's nothing worse than Malcolm X. Well, Malcolm X, the whole black power thing, was serving a very important function because it was differentiating. I'm not white. I have nothing to do with white. This was a necessary transition stage. This is as necessary for a child to go through adolescence. And I feel there's a certain amount of duality that's absolutely necessary as a transition toward a better state. But in other words, I feel that this needs to be articulated because I feel there's a very great danger in saying we don't want to have enemies. We want everything to be lovely. And yet we do have enemies. And it is the dominator thing and all that it represents. Sure, these are people that must be dealt with in ways, and they are us. And they are ideas, but they are ideas embodied in people. They're embodied in us. And I think that this is something that we must wrestle and not avoid.
Oh. I just wanted to further discuss that question that we talked about, that asking the question about that, asking the questions about duality. What is the smallest unit of partnership? And we were talking about that before, whether it was two or one, whether that conqueror inside me and that partner inside me, which is sometimes mind over body, when my mind says, go ahead and eat something that's not good for me, conquers the health that I need to have. I'd just like to hear maybe you both talk a little bit about the idea of partnership on an individual basis.
Well, I loved when you earlier came and posed that question and said that your intuition was that the basic partnership really started, within us. And I agree with you, because it's the whole thing of seeing ourselves as part of a larger whole, and honoring our body and honoring our spirit and honoring the fact that they're the same. They're just different aspects of the same. So I see it, like a prism, where you just see different facets of it in different ways. And yeah, the smallest unit, I think, is every one of us. So I thank you for that.
Yes. Don't you think that there's been talk about ego? Well, it seems to me ego inflation is what happens when within the partnership of the individual, a dominator model is applied, because the manifestation of ego is the denial of intuition, which is a feminine function. So people who are strongly egocentric are living in the self-created hell of a dominator society of one.
Yes, you wanted to say something.
Besides the obvious reasons like fear of change and wanting to maintain status quo or one system, why do you think there's this tremendous reaction or fear or backlash by the fundamentalists against the resurgence of, in their literature and sermons and everything, against the resurgence of the return to the goddess, the archaic, the New Age movement, anything that smacks like slightly different than their traditional or fundamental values?
Well, they are the bearers of the patriarchic standards. Their lineage reaches right back to Pharaoh, and they see it being threatened. Secularism, which began 500 years ago, threatened them at every step of the way. That's why I said last night, I consider this monotheistic tradition to be the single most reactionary force in human history. Their bailiwick is threatened. The energy that they put into destroying the pagan world was tremendously ferocious. It took them centuries. In fact, they never completely succeeded in dismantling the previous world of pagan sensibilities. And theirs is, I believe, not a natural position. Riane said this morning, you can do anything you want to partnership. It keeps springing up. It keeps coming back. It has a natural ability to recreate itself. I don't believe this is true of the dominator culture. I believe that it is fragile and frightened and feels itself always being eroded by the simple processes that reside in nature. So it is an untenable position. And if you have an untenable position, you have a siege mentality.
No, I really want to just take that to a very personal sense. I think that it is fear and pain that really are the mainspring. And these are the most damaged people, are the ones that really are the most imprisoned, because we're all imprisoned to some extent still by the dominator model. But in these people, the grip is so fierce and the pain and the fear are so great that it I mean, because these things happen on various levels. One is the systems level. Systems like all, societies are living systems. They tend to maintain themselves, That's just how we know from systems theory. But just on the very individual motivation level, for example, a lot of these women who are so horribly, who can go around chanting when they wanted this poor, aging, Supreme Court justice to die. Do you remember they were, what was his name? I've forgotten now.
Brennan.
Beg your pardon?
Brennan,
yeah, they were chanting, they were chanting for death for Brennan, and it was all in the name of we're pro-life. And it was, wait a minute. What kind of distortion in these women? Well, it's terror, it's fear, it's pain. And they lash out. And that's exactly, you see, the whole lashing out process. You mutilate a child from childhood on to be in pain. Be it really through genital mutilation, or be it through child beating, or be it through psychological battering. All of these ways. And that's, I think, if you're asking in terms of the mechanics of it, it's very complex. But I think on the individual level, that's really, and it relates to your point about the enemy is, if there is an enemy, it is us. It is what has become part of us, but we can leave it behind, the pain. And the whole thing that we're talking about now is healing. Healing ourselves. Yeah.
What impresses me about this particular subject is really the call to face the pain.
Yes.
And instead of looking out there for the source, either be it God or outer space, it's, and which so many of the patriarchal religions head the gaze in that direction, in the skyward direction. And why your question about mind and body, I think it relates to what Riane is talking about right now. The call that's being made, and I think it's the same with your work, is to actually face very deeply what's going on within us, the profound alienation between mind and body, the objectification, not just of the feminine, but of eros, the objectification of the body. And whether it's, with the visionary vegetable, or simply by attending to breath and watching the content of our minds produce in the way that they do, coming to really, as the Oracle in Delphi said it beautifully, knowing oneself completely, becoming completely aware, heightened and deepened awareness. So, I really resonate with what you're talking about in terms of coming into this partnership model, mind and body, and how we live this out, in relationship with each other, how actually partnering in the world becomes a context wherein we can discover, we get a very extraordinary feedback when we're off. And why this, evasive maneuvers to, stay in relationship, to stay in community, to persist through the points of extreme pain that all of us experience in facing ourselves, whether it's on a psychedelic substance, or whether it's sitting on the zafu, but really knowing oneself profoundly.
Thank you. I was thinking why, these Muslim fundamentalists and the white South Africans, they were not very much safe. White South Africans are not generally mutilated. Arab men are not even circumcised. What makes them safe?
They are.
All right, they are. But their motivation was improve partnership, because the fear that they feel that keeps them sitting on top of other people, that keeps them there, is the fear of getting hurt. And that comes from the fact that they know they're causing all this pain, and they're feeling that pain. They're too, and then that is not being
I'd like to really reiterate this issue of the selective deadening of empathy, because I think that empathy, this awareness that we're talking about, is so much part of this unique miracle that is our species. And the Dominator model is so fascinating, because here's this gift we've been given, and institution after institution, practice after practice, is then ingeniously developed to deaden that gift of empathy in us. And hey, but I think that that's really one of the things. But you can't really kill it off, you see. No, you're right. You're right about
But
that.
I think the point here is that as long as we do not face our own pain, we will create a lot for others.
Yes.
Wouldn't it? Finally, the dominating mentality would be like a prison. I mean, so it's a penitentiary. You would take that feeling of being incarcerated, where you had that much fear, where there was that much power.
But see, I think the incarceration image is a very apt one. I spoke about Theodore Roszak, and he spoke of how the 19th century wave of feminism really was one of the first really historic frontal challenges to the dominator system, to what he called patriarchy. And he said that the reaction to it was one of terror, but the greatest thing was we had to keep imprisoned not only, the women and the so-called inferior people and the enemy, but the woman that every man, as he put it, keeps locked inside his psyche. And I think that's a very apt image. But of course, women too can be very cruel. And I think it's really very important that we disabuse ourselves of this whole idea that we're talking about, women are terrific and men are, forget it. Because the dominator model distorts both women and men. It is true that the caring, that's one of the ironies. The most important work in the society, which is the caring and the nurturing work of the society, has been relegated to the inferior group, to women. And then we wonder why we can't have social priorities that are more caring if those very people are excluded from power, right?
Mm-hmm.
Talk about catch-22 here. Mm-hmm. So we're back to the, quote, women's issues, aren't we?
What concerns me, once again, is this new role of the feminist man. If you go back and you see this image of erotic Pan, who was a consort of the goddess, who, if you go into history enough, was often sacrificed at the end of each year as part of this refeeding the goddess back. There was a blood sacrifice since the man did not bleed.
But if you look at some of the Minoan frescoes, it's very easy. They're beautiful, and I wish I had some of them. The role of the man, you see a fresco of a man with fish. He fishes. All right? In other words, it's a productive role. You see the so-called young prince, which is really fascinating. It's most of the recovered Minoan single figures have been a tribute to the goddess, with a female priestess as the representative. But they find this one figure of a man, and they decide he's the young prince, right? Which is very, very interesting, because there's not a trace of any king in Minoan, all right, in the Minoan culture. But nonetheless, he is a beardless youth, and he has flowers, and plumes, and he's walking through a garden. It's hardly your, macho warrior image. There are other things that men can do. Men did the bull leaping, and that was very interesting because it was a partnership with the women. If you look at the bull leapers fresco, so they obviously just did all kinds of things. They just didn't happen to specialize in killing. So, yes. Is it time already? Yeah. Oh my goodness, yes, I think that we should just, yes, please.
I see technology as a symbol of dominant society. And I wanted you to address the question, if you could, of what the interface with women and how we get to interface with the partnership society with technology. I see like a clash of technology.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because that makes a wonderful, wonderful place for something that I really felt that I want to very much address. What I'd like to suggest is that we look at technology as something that is really a human function, a human capacity. From day one, language is a technology of communication, isn't it? From the stick that even chimpanzees use, to help them dig up plants and what have you. That's a technology. It's a tool. Our tool-making capacity is really an extension of natural functions. An airplane does something that a bird does, but we've built it. So I look at technology neither as the villain or as the savior. I look at technology as something that other species have some technology. I think dolphins and whales probably would if they had hands, because they seem to have a high intelligence, but they don't. So we have this tremendous capacity for making tools, all the way to the most extraordinary things that we're getting today. That, I think, is a wonderful thing. And it can also be a terrible thing. And we're right back to the issue of technology being used using the template of a partnership or a dominator model of society. I'd like to suggest to you that the invention of machines, per se, did not have to result in these dehumanized assembly lines, where people themselves became cogs in the machine. I would like to suggest to you that if this prehistoric shift had not happened, that maybe the machines would have been used in a very, very different way. I would like to suggest to you that the great breakthroughs in technology actually came in what we may call more of a partnership-oriented era. In fact, all the basic technologies on which civilization is built came out of that era. They weren't as glitzy as what we've got today, although Minoan and Crete had the first paved roads in Europe. It had indoor plumbing. It got lost again. We don't find it again till, much later. But they were what we would call, they compare they're much more high technology than a lot of the so-called developing worlds today. Okay? So, let's look at technology in terms of this template. But the dominator system, I've divided technology really, and that's a whole new session. Okay? By trying to categorize it in terms of different types of technologies. And one is technologies of domination, of destruction. And I'd like to suggest to you that technologies of domination and destruction, be it the use of the greater musculature and the development of this, of the brawn to kill of the so-called classical warrior, or the missile, that's built into the dominator system. And that really doesn't have that much to do with technology at all. And so that the issue for us isn't let's throw out the baby with the bathwater here. I don't want to go back technologically. I think that we don't want to do that. What we want to do is to use the most advanced modern technology, and it almost takes us immediately back to the whole issue of how we use the hallucinogens, because we're right back there. You know very well that there have been experiments, not with some of the synthetic drugs, to use them for mind control. That's the ultimate dominator technology, isn't it? Thou shalt not eat of the tree of knowledge, because I've just given you in your water supply, the chemical that makes you sort of, completely pliable. Well, I'm saying, no. I made the distinction between hallucinogens and drugs, and pharmaceutically produced drugs, and there are experiments with that. But I'm saying that let's think of technology with those two templates, and I'd really like to leave that as my summation.
First of all, it can't be done with hallucinogens.
Tomorrow,
it's the most powerful brainwashing agent. LSD is the most powerful brainwashing agent you know of.
The partnership situation would be democratic.
Yes.
Surely.
And of course the other autocratic.
Yes, that's
And
right.
autarkic.
And the financial infrastructure would be, one would be laissez-faire private ownership, the other would be shared.
Well, there would be degrees, and
might say capitalism and socialism, Maybe oversimplified, but that's what it gets down to.
it's somewhat oversimplified, but certainly a more equitable, distribution of wealth, wouldn't you say?
And an abandonment of the notion of private property.
Oh, right.
No more real estate.
Well, see, I don't.
They killed a pope for saying that. And in tumult.
Well, instead of ending in tumult, could we end just almost on time?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we just had the summary.
That's nice.
No, they got a few more minutes.
Well, it seems we moved around this afternoon. There's a great concern as to how to realize this in the here and now, one-on-one, which is encouraging because otherwise it remains an abstraction. Bringing these models forward into the present isn't easy because the context for over 1,000 or more years has been set by the dominator culture. Nevertheless, what we have going for us is that the partnership way of thinking is really scripted into the bones of the planet. This is how it's always been done. This is how nature does it. The Darwinian model of nature that we've inherited from the 19th century is simply another dominator fiction used to reinforce dominator mechanisms. The fact is that what nature really maximizes is cooperation, integration, and mutuality of support and relationship. What we're really trying to do, what becoming post-historical means, I think, is removing the veil between ourselves and nature that the historical experience has raised, because the historical experience has been an alienating experience, has caused our perceptions to rise to the mere surfaces of things, and our feelings to be completely undercut and invalidated. And what we have to do is see more deeply into the context of being and the situation in which we find ourselves, and to see that we are of it. It's a seamless web. The dynamics that rule the biological and natural world are the dynamics that are going to work for us. We didn't fall here out of the sky. We weren't made by a jealous God who set us loose in a kind of reservation. We are of the stuff of this place, and its dynamics can be our dynamics. The problem is one of awareness, realization, recovery of this perception, sharing it, revivifying it, and realizing it. That's all.
I really have a need to clarify the private property issue, because I really don't equate the partnership model with the abolition of private property, and I want to really clarify that. I think that it's much more complex than that, and that as I speak in the Chalice and the Blade, that what is going to be emerging, I hope, is a whole new economic model where we put in central value the caring work that has traditionally, of course, been relegated to women and to so-called effeminate men. And we have that opportunity now as we move from industrial to post-industrial society, because we have to redefine what is productive work. And I really wanted to lead it with this idea that I think we're going into a post-capitalist and post-socialist era. And I just, forgive me, I don't need to have the last word, but I did want to say that.
Well, I'll have the first word tomorrow. Shall we take up where we left off, or start somewhere else? Yes. Well, as I recall, at the close of the morning, what we had come to was talking about the primacy of the shamanic experience and where it fell as a causal factor into the genesis of partnership society and its dissolution into dominator society. To me, that's tied up with, and I indicated this at the end of the morning, with the issue of the primacy of personal felt experience, and that this is the cultural domain over which the turf war is fought between the dominator and the partnership way of thinking about things. Empowering ourselves through immersion in the felt moment is the partnership way of being. It is immediate, it is emotional, it is translinguistic, and it feeds itself. It nourishes. The other way of relating to experience is through a set of canonical abstractions that are the unique property of a professional class that speaks a special language that the rest of us don't understand. And for millennia, at least beginning with classical Greece, this has been how we in the West have done it. The mistake you see was when the Greeks stopped being fishermen and pulled their boats up on the sand and began to talk philosophy. That cut them off from the felt presence of immediate experience. Are you agreeing, or do you need help? So, partnership is revivifying immediate experience. Well, then, what are the limits of immediate experience? And this leads, in my mind, directly to the question of the psychedelic plant. It is possible to go from birth to the grave without ever having a psychedelic experience. But it's also to make that same pilgrimage and never have a sexual experience. Well, since the center of my ethos is empowering the felt presence of the immediate, to me, those things are abomination. That withholding of involvement in the parameters of what one can know, but more importantly, what one can feel. And this is a hard thing to put across in the present milieu, because believe it or not, very few people have had the psychedelic experience, the shamanically centered 1,000-volt center of the mandala experience. And it isn't about who has taken drugs and who has not. I constantly talk to people where by careful questioning, you can satisfy yourself that though they've taken 10 different kinds of drugs multiples of times, they never actually touched the pith essence of the experience, because the drugs, the plants are not a sine qua non. They are necessary, but not sufficient. What is also necessary is good heart, clear intention, and a setting which reinforces and focuses what is being attempted. But to me, the big news, I wonder if the back will go next. Last time I didn't mention it, and then I swore, I should mention it. Your world is falling apart all around you, and you just keep going. Anyway, to me, the really big news is that there is this dimension of reality that is accessible to 90% of everyone in some form or another, but that is secret because of the need in this culture to preserve sort of this flat earth myth. It isn't a flat earth, but a mute nature. That's the myth that the dominator culture must keep in place. Sartre actually said this. He said, nature is mute. Therefore, the world gives no compass for the formation of human ethics. This is psychosis, this kind of talk, because nature is not mute. You need only have ears to hear. And the ears to hear the message of nature are the practices and techniques of ecstatic shamanism, which is still alive and well. practices and techniques of ecstatic shamanism, which is still alive and well in the Amazon, in Indonesia, in Southeast Asia. It has only been lost to us as we've made this peregrination into a dominance fantasy about nature. I mean, Riane mentioned this morning, the conquest of space, smashing the atom, all of these metaphors of violence and unrestrained domination, as though somehow nature has to be violated to be understood. My brother, whom some of you know, I'm sure, is a brilliant neurochemist and biochemist, said something to me once which has stuck with me. He said, they build enormous atom smashers and instruments for studying high energy in nature, but it's perfectly obvious that the most interesting things in nature go on at voltages considerably below that of a flashlight battery. In leaves, in organs, in fertilized eggs and sperms and spores, and these are the subtle processes in nature. What 2,000 years of pursuing a dominator theory and trying to understand nature has brought us to is the potential for nuclear Armageddon and an inability to solve the three-body problem, which means essentially we have remained in an extremely infantile situation with regard to the living state. And the living state is the precondition of our being. This is why I think Rupert's work is so important. He offers a new understanding of the living state, and upon that new biology, that new empowering of life to be perceived as what it is, I think there will be a new sociology that will empower us to see ourselves as we are and as we can be. So that's why I think the psychedelic experience is so important, because it sets the parameters of possible immediate experience. And it's been sold back to us in vitiated form by every tin horn guru since the last glaciation. So what they're selling is, their interpretations, their metaphors, their poetry imposed upon it. And Riane has brought me close to seeing this, that the real news is that it is within us, that we need not genuflect to these hierarchies which actually play havoc with the truth that is there to be perceived. It's not a matter of seeking the answer. It's about facing it. And this means nature, which is the goddess, which is the feminine, which is the symbiotic and partnership ground out of which humanity comes, men and women. You might respond to that.
You're not serious. You're like fireworks. I told you that yesterday. You just illuminate so many things so quickly and then pass from one to the other. But I will do it in my own nonlinear fashion. I guess since you ended with the goddess, I would like to begin with the goddess. I had requested that somebody bring a book. Do we have it here, the Chalice and the Blade?
And I forgot.
I do. You have a copy, because on the cover is a picture. And sometimes a picture can speak louder than 1,000 words. This is just one of thousands and thousands and thousands of figurines. Not all of them look like this. I want to make that very clear. But she happens to manifest something that I think is very important in terms of our conversation and our celebration here. Because what she, if you look at her, I think you can see her because of the great, contrast with the red. If you first look at her, you can see, of course, the breast. And that's female. But actually the shape is phallic, isn't it? So she's androgynous, isn't she? And then the other thing that you see, if you look at her very closely, she has a beak. She's a bird goddess. She's part animal. Of course, the angels are the descendants of the bird goddess.
Yeah, we have leaves too. She's part plant.
Not in this picture. And that's a very interesting thing because, as a matter of fact, there are many incisions on many of the and early language, early writing, if you will. I guess one of my favorites is the cross. I want to tell you about the cross because we're talking about different meanings of different things, of different basic symbols, including the symbol of shamanism, depending on which of these two possibilities for us, these two models, which are abstractions, of course, we orient to. And it's very interesting because many of the early figures of the goddess had inside in them the cross, but it was very often it was like the X form of the cross. And what it stood for, of course, was the unity, the various points of the compass, because these people were very sophisticated astronomically, as you probably have surmised, any of you who have looked at Stonehenge reproductions, for example. But even if you go back way into the Paleolithic 20,000 years ago, they were already into some really remarkable record keeping. Some of it may have been, as a matter of fact, begun with women's menstrual cycles. I think that arresting fact that blood, the life-giving blood comes, must have really inspired some woman to try to figure out when would this essentially supernatural event be experienced again. So, but I want to stay with the cross. Then later on, and in Egyptian hieroglyphics, the cross is still, a symbol of life. But when you move into the Dominator era, which you begin to find, and you find it way before the Romans and way before the crucifixion, you find that the Assyrians had this lovely habit of impaling people on crosses. You see Tiglath-Pileser this whole panorama of the whole city practically impaled. Just brutality. So the cross became what? It became not a symbol of life and regeneration, but it became a symbol of brutal death. And of course then comes the early Christianity, Jesus, preaching a partnership spirituality, associating freely with women, violating, even in the official Gospels, you find this, of course, his disciples marveling that he associates with women and with no one else present, like the woman at the well. Khomeini's Iran, you could probably get killed for doing that. And so it was in this very rigidly male-dominant, very hierarchic, violent society that he was, challenging. And he broke those taboos and he preached partnership. And of course, what we do in these hybrid societies, the women are ignored basically and ridiculed and forget it, but the men are usually crucified and canonized. And so, you kill them, and then you say, oh, weren't they wonderful? Martin Luther King, Gandhi, so that's, so of course, he gets crucified on a cross, but early Christianity tries to again revive the old symbolism, doesn't it, of the cross, as a symbol not only of dying on this awful thing, but the old symbolism of life and regeneration, the rebirth. And of course, Christianity, obviously, is a very direct descendant of the old religion, only a very interesting thing happened along the way, folks, which is that the Great Mother, the goddess, well, at first she was dropped completely. And then when the troubadour movement, and this was a time of tremendous partnership resurgence, and we don't have time for it, but it's very, very fascinating because the troubadour courtly love has some relationship to tantric yoga, and we won't go into that. But I just want to leave you with that because it's really extraordinary, the commonalities we begin to see. But the troubadours introduced this thing called Mariology, which the church authorities say this is unheard of. It's never been heard of. Well, nonsense. It was a revival of the ancient worship of the goddess, and the people danced in the streets of Lyon, when the church finally co-opted it and said, okay, folks, we'll accept it. But she is now the only mortal figure in the Holy Family. So we've got this real absurdity of a Holy Family with a divine Father and a divine Son and some parvenu, this woman who just happens to come along, right? So we maintain the Dominator character. And of course that went along with what then the cross again becomes. The cross as a symbol of the Crusades, of the Inquisition. It again really truly becomes a symbol not of life and the love of life and of regeneration, but of death. And the Ku Klux Klan with its white cross is a very, very good modern illustration. And the reason I think I went through this with you is not only because intrinsically it's so interesting to really reclaim some of our basic and ancient symbols, because all of these symbols can have so many meanings is what I'm really trying to say, depending on what prism we use for it. But to really lead into perhaps a look at shamanism from that perspective, because I have sort of a sense about the shamanic experience that we're talking about a number of experiences. And I feel sort of the need to say again that I feel that there are many paths to what, I don't even know that we need to call it the shamanic experience, because shamanism per se, as you pointed out, is the healer. That is the healing function. And it may mean not only physical healing, but spiritual healing, which we are now rediscovering, folks. It's related. The ancients kind of understood that. But now we're beginning to understand, with holistic medicine that, that the two go together, that, nature and spirituality are related. Perhaps we can speak about it as the ecstatic experience, the experience of gnosis. And I would say that there are many paths to the experience of gnosis. That the use of nature involves not only the use of plants, but the use of even our own breath, which is a way, through meditation. It involves sexual, tantric yoga has the remnants of what I think was a view of sex as sacrament, still in it, but of course it's become very male-centered. Everything is he gets access to Shakti, which is of course, the creative force, the goddess, through the woman, but somehow she's become this passive agent of the whole thing. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Very little. The god is very big, and there's a tiny little woman on it.
And isn't that amazing? Because you see, Shakti, of course, is the whole concept is that you have access. Well, look, I mean, the vulva, the vagina was sacred in the Paleolithic. You see what we call the inverted triangle, and it's sacred. And you see that in Indian iconography. So yes, I mean, this was, the idea that this is a cunt, our worst and most contemptuous swear word would have been such blasphemy, as it should be, again, to us. We have to reclaim, really the spirituality of our sexuality. But I think the sexual experience can be, not always, I mean, it doesn't mean that it's going to be very serious and solemn all the time either, but it can also be another avenue. That is a natural avenue. So I would like to perhaps put this in the context of larger paths. And of course we all know about the path of having that aha experience of the oneness through fasting, through chanting, through all kinds of hypnotic things. But there's no question in my mind that the plant experience is one of the quickest and one of the most powerful avenues. But the real issue, and I want to really talk about it, I was talking to you earlier. I want to put it in the modern context in the 60s, because that's a very important case history for us, and we must learn. If we don't want to learn from the past, we really are in deep trouble. What happened in the 60s, as you know, was that yes, that the use of hallucinogens was part of this awakening, the flower children, the counterculture. But then some really dreadful things happened. And what happened, of course, was the co-option of the drug culture as, again, the opiate of the people. The politics, the true politics, in the sense of transformation, not Republican, Democrat, or Reagan, or, whatever, but the true politics of transformation from the dominator to the partnership. Society got completely co-opted, didn't it? Through the drug experience. And historically, the use of opiates, for example, in China is a very vivid example, but hashish, you name it, you've got it, has literally been a way to get people to accept the most miserable, the most virulent, the most brutal of oppression from their overlords. So I think that it's so important, if we're talking about this as a technology, that it can be a technology of domination just as easily as it can be a technology of actualization. And I'm not going to dispute that what you're saying, that some of the natural plants are less likely to be used that way, that it's mostly the chemical ones, but I'm not 100% sure, because look at the opiates.
Well, I don't think opium was really a problem, number one, until the British, as a matter of state policy, manipulated opium production in the Far East, and then secondly, until the invention of morphine and the family of synthetics. I mean, opium use, as you mentioned, goes back to Minoan times and probably earlier. No, we have a remarkable ability to pervert. And I think it was Ludwig von Bertalanffy, one of the founders of general systems theory, who said people are not machines, but in every situation where they are offered the opportunity to behave like machines, they will so behave. We have to be, this maybe brings up something we should talk about because it was requested and it seems germane here. And this is the problem of addiction and habit. And addiction is merely a special type of habit. And I think we can agree that habit in all forms kills what we want to bring to flower in life. Because as a habit sets in, attention can go elsewhere. And then that part of life is somehow on automatic. It has become a machine-like function. So, we are now being told that we're in the midst of a tremendous political crisis that goes under the banner of the drug problem. But the drug problem is an addiction problem. And the addiction is, in my mind, the addiction of intelligence agencies to vast amounts of untraceable money. This is the addiction which drives the global drug problem. But, of course, it is true that there are chemical dependencies. And this is a very interesting thing about human beings. Something, and I'll talk about this a bit more tomorrow, but something about our ability to be omnivorous, to eat all kinds of things, has laid us open to, perhaps manipulation is too strong a word, but certainly to evolutionarily selective pressures that are not ordinarily present. Because, most animals eat a few foods. Many animals eat only one food. Our ability to be omnivorous has exposed us over the last 4 or 5 million years to a vast number of mutagenic and synergistic compounds that may have been responsible for such things as the prolongation of adolescence in our species, the way in which lactation occurs, a number of physiological factors in our makeup that we take for granted may be fairly recent acquisitions having to do with our omnivorous diet. And drugs come into this at some point too, because, for instance, in the case of psilocybin, very small amounts of psilocybin in the diet are not detectable at all as a psychological impression, but tests have shown that very small amounts of psilocybin in the diet confer increased visual acuity. Well, you don't have to have studied too much evolutionary biology to know that if you have a population of animals and something in the food chain is increasing the visual acuity of some of them, those animals are going to have a more successful reproductive strategy than their competitors, and that trait will be reinforced and strengthened. So we have been sculpted by nature through our foraging habits. And Riane stressed the notion of template, and I think that's very important. Human beings are templated out of nature. We have been shaped by unusual evolutionary forces. And when you look at us, we clearly play an unusual evolutionary role. We are some kind of trigger species for mode shifts that affect the entire planet. And if you take the notion of Gaia seriously and don't simply think of Gaia, if you don't simply replace the old man with the long white beard with a beautiful young woman as an abstraction, but actually try to, what is Gaia? Gaia is the set of integrated informational control systems which regulate and maintain and stabilize all life and all biological processes on this planet. And the way this is done is through chemical messengers, enzymes, stimulants, depressants, enhancers. All of these things push and pull on the morphogenetic field in which everything on the planet is bound. To me, the great miracle on this planet is us. We are the great unlikelihood. If this planet were as it was even 5 million years ago, Darwinian mechanics properly modified would be sufficient to account for what was present. Natural ecosystems, animals in competitive and adaptive relationship. But we really are as alien as an alien spacecraft would be. We are the great imponderable here. And I think that nature is at play with itself and is calling out of the primates a gene swarm that is in self-reflection of what is otherwise a planetary intent. And that's why we feel, why our hearts are so open to these ineffable emotions about destiny and transformation. And someone this morning asked about history and what was it good for. It's the long turn of the spiral. You know, the prodigal son is somehow in a better position for having made the peregrination, the journey into alienation, and then returns enriched to the tribal encampment. I think of European civilization as a prodigal phenomenon, but a prodigal phenomenon that will be redeemed when we return to the tribal societies we split away from 6,000-7,000 years ago, but return now with a tremendous empowering knowledge of how to realize the shamanic dream. But I don't see this as a product of ego, of decisions made by far-seeing men and women. It's much more like a dance. It is a dance to which we respond in our souls, and often we don't understand why we do the things that we do. But ultimately, as Riane said, it's the unweaving and reweaving of a tapestry into a finer, clearer pattern. And to return this to the subject of addiction and how it fits in, addiction is falling away from clarity, falling away from the felt presence of the moment, and everything addicts. And everything must therefore be viewed with a certain amount of wry suspicion. I think we didn't get where we were by making unfounded assumptions. We got to this place by being very careful where we put our attention. And I think we've done rather well. And there's a kind of denigration of the historical process, but that's if you come from the school that believes we're fallen angels. If you come from the school that believes we're risen apes, then we haven't done too badly.
A little further on addiction, what I've noticed in working with that is that addiction keeps us away from registering necessary feedback and just correct it.
Oh, that's right.
That's exactly it. And culture is an addiction. That's why I maintain in the question of the psychedelics, we have to define these things operationally. And really, the psychedelics are the enzymes which dissolve habitual behavior patterns and return us to a tabula rasa, where then new instructions can be etched in and new pathways explored. That's the reason that the psychedelics are so unsettling to the establishment, because they are not part of the quote-unquote drug problem, because they involve very small numbers of people and very small amounts of money, but very big ideas and very large willingness to question the idols of the tribe. And that's much more unsettling than a few illicit millionaires.
I'm just interested because you started out by talking about the importance of context and the importance of the proper, whatever proper means, but in order to have that gnosis experience. And if we're living in the midst of, because I don't know about whether or not the partnership ever existed in purity. You were saying it was an ideal, and there was probably, my sense of it, because I haven't done that much reading, but my sense based on what I know about myself and what I've seen around me, the way people are, there was probably, I think, always a mixture of dominance relationships and partnership relationships, and that you could have a balance that was predominantly partnership and a balance that was predominantly something else. And it's, I don't know, because I've never seen it, where people were exclusively working in partnership. But to get back to context, how can you, the co-opting seems such a natural thing, because we live in a dominant paradigm, so that if you're going to do psychedelics and dissolve, say, your own ego and defenses and stuff like that, what are you going to put in its place without having seen the model? What kind of context can you construct for yourself so that you're doing that and you can be pretty safely? And the reason I'm asking is because I've seen people, well-intentioned people who intended only to dissolve their ego so that they could be something better, become something very dysfunctional. And so that's why I'm asking this question, and I wonder if you would address that context issue.
Is it to me?
Whoever would like to talk about it, I think it needs to be brought up.
Maybe we both have something to say. Riane mentioned the 60s as a less than ideal situation, as it turned out. If you look back at the literature of the underground in the 60s, certain things that we take completely for granted are totally absent. One of them is any sense of the historical context of hallucinogenic and shamanic ecstasy. There is no talk of shamanism. There is a little bit of talk about peyote, but no real awareness that those people in the 1960s thought they were discovering something brand new, not the oldest religion in the world. The way we create a context, to address your question, is by creating a community. We can advance no faster than the envelope of language in which we are embedded, and the material manifestation of our linguistic sphere is our affinity group, our community. That's why I think one of the most important things about these kinds of get-togethers is for you people to see and recognize each other, because it's the awareness of these things is still a very closely held thing. And you should recognize in each other your affinity group. You are self-selected by yourselves to be here today. And in the spirit of the partnership and ignoring the hierarchy, it is not, I mean, I abhor all this guru worship and all this stuff because it's just a bunch of crap. Nobody knows anything more than anybody else. Transformation is a community project. It can't be anything else.
No, even
But Riane, you might want to say something.
Yes, I do want to say, well, I of course agree with you completely that the creation of community is essential, but I would define community more broadly in the sense that it is not enough that we have our little islands, if you will, because in order to survive in the, quote, real world, we either change that world or we're constantly being pulled into dominator modes of thinking and of rationalizing what we do and of behaving. So that's the first point. I would like to say that there are some very clear strategies that I think are very, very important. One of them, it has been until now, generally sort of been thought of as being perhaps impractical. It relates to this whole idea of education, but education on a far deeper level than what we've often talked about it. And of course, it also relates to this whole notion of morphogenetic fields, of a kind of a telepathic kind of thing that happens with images. Now, I think that one of the most important tasks that we have before us now, and we are all creative people. I mean, our creativity really, the Dominator model and creativity are antithetical to each other, so the image of the starving artist is very appropriate, for the Dominator model. It's very inappropriate, for a society that values, the creativity that would be more of a partnership society, is for us to create images that are not just, I think, the age of protest, of being against. I met a lovely young woman, 16-year-old young woman, and she said, when I read The Chalice and the Blade, I go to a school where the kids are always protesting against everything. And I suddenly realized that what they're protesting against is the Dominator system. And that what we really have to do is to move beyond that and to begin to create the images that are appropriate to a partnership society. So I'm talking in terms of ideas, in terms of visual images, in terms, of course, of media, the arts, to begin to replace, because if you go into, this is one of the things with the use of what is in your imagination? If your imagination is so overcrowded with Dominator images, are you really going to be able to surface, and have this information? So I think that's a very practical thing. Those of you who are in the media, take it very, very seriously, please. And it's fun anyway to work this way. And I think if some of you are in the media, I spent an evening with some of the Hollywood people recently. Basically what we were talking about was this idea that now's the time. Because people at a certain point of addiction get to saturation. And the addiction to violence and to depersonalized, mechanical sex. And, I think we've gotten to the point where people are just sort of like, oh my God, they're hungry for something else. This is our moment. This is our opportunity. So images are extremely important. And I don't mean, because we live by stories. That's another thing. People live by stories. Science tells us stories too. And the selfish gene story, which is an upstate, of course, of original sin, what else is new? Now it isn't us, but it's the gene somehow, the selfish thing. We live by these stories. So it's up to us to bring out new stories. And the stories can be from science. It's very important that they be from science. Stories from biology that are showing us that in the body, for example, there's, if you will, much more partnership, much more cooperation going on than there is hierarchy. For the organism, the liver and the heart, they're not just by themselves. It all sort of interconnects and interrelates.
The brain is in charge. Oh, the oxygen goes to the brain.
Well, the oxygen goes to the brain, but is the brain in charge, or is the brain part of a larger neurological system that really is a transmitter and also an imager for us? I think that there's much more than the brain being, the general in charge here. That's the picture we've been given, of course, right? Because it fits with the pyramid model. But is it the brain, or just we've been talking about really gnosis, knowledge. Is that really coming from the brain? Or is that something else, some other receptor that we have? Is the brain perhaps a receptor, a transmuter, a converter, a creative agent, rather than a general? I prefer that image, and I think it's more accurate. And I think if you talk to people today who are doing the work with the brain, they'll probably move more towards, the reality of that second image. And the other thing, I hate to say it to people, but we do have to talk about economics. It's all very well to talk about the mystical experience and about imagery, but we have to restructure. And we have to restructure the whole darn planet, so that it's more of a partnership. And that doesn't mean that there won't be some people who have more and some people who have less, but it's absolutely inexcusable with our level of technological development, including birth control technologies, to have the kind of idiocy. But you see, the lunacy is part of the Dominator system, because it's not by accident that the most rigidly Dominator systems are the ones who are so rabidly against family planning, who are so rabidly against reproductive freedom for women, who are so rabidly against any other role for women, any other definition for women, other than basically male-controlled technologies of reproduction, breeders preferably of men's sons. That doesn't have to be, right? So it's really using the most advanced technology to move into a partnership era is one of the most extraordinary challenges. And I think that that's really what this is about. It is not just to sit and contemplate ourselves, but to actually use this in an action mode too. And putting out important ideas is very important too. That's part of the action. I'm sorry, yes.
I just want to go back to the 60s for a minute. You said that you thought that drugs the drug culture got co-opted, or
Yes.
the culture got co-opted by drugs. It seems to me that in the 60s, the certain drugs, again, to not just talk about drugs generically, but certain drugs had more to do with creating a sense of partnership than anything that I know of, at least in my lifetime, through my own direct experiences, study, reading, anything. Direct drug experiences seem to lead to a very radical change of mentality of a massive group of people. And I think it's a mistake to think that those drugs, that there was anything wrong or anything really weird happened regarding those particular drugs. There were new drugs that came in. Cocaine came in, which is interesting to me because it seemed to change. It became that seems very much in that dominant model. But marijuana and the mushrooms, LSD, they seem very much in the partnership model and seem to perpetuate that.
And I'm glad you made that distinction, because clearly all of us who lived through the 60s knew that the use of grass and the use of the hallucinogens, it was a community building. It was really, to a very large extent, a building of partnership. And that is not what I meant. What I meant was that, but part of it was the cocaine coming in. But part of it was also LSD, I think. I mean, it was just the whole idea of shifting from drug as a revelation experience, as a transformation experience, to one that has a perfect function in the dominator society, which is the addictive, which is to keep you right there without taking any action. That is what I meant, and I'm glad you clarified that.
Yes, I think what reared its ugly head and shot down the 1960s was profit. And the fact that I have no problem with LSD per se, but it has one quality which really flaws it, and that is that a single chemist in his basement can produce millions and millions of doses. That immediately raises it to the level of a social menace, because when you talk about millions of doses of a deconditioning agent, it means you're going head to head with the tough guys. And also when you're talking about being a single person being able to make millions of doses, then you're talking about multiple millions of dollars. And immediately, the possibility of keeping things from getting out of hand is, I think, really diminished. The key is plant compounds and substances which have inherent trickle factors in them, where you can never get too much together at any one time, and nobody can ever get too rich, and everything. Then the mystery stays. The plants are like this, and this keeps them going. But I wanted to say something more about this context, and sort of not in great detail and semi-tongue-in-cheek, but to show you how context works and how dominator society both insidiously invades our conception of things and also might be equally insidiously plotted against. One of the things that we take utterly for granted, I think, is the calendar. We live in a calendar of 365 days. It's a solar calendar. That means that relative to the fixed stars, the equinoctial and solstitial points are fixed. And this is a lie, or it perpetuates a misconception. It perpetuates the conception that things endure and that flux is an illusion. The solar calendar has built into it deep propagandistic assumptions in favor of the dominator model. And to see what I mean, just imagine, however seriously you care to, that we changed the calendar to a calendar with a day length of 384 days, so that our year was 13 lunations and had 19 more days in it than the solar year. If we were to adopt a calendar like this, all holidays and great festivals would do what is called precessing. They would move 19 days a year, so that when you were a child, you would recall Christmases in winter, but you would recall that in your adolescence, Christmas fell in summer, and so forth. And every 19 years, the great festivals would return to where they had been relative to the fixed stars. Well, this may seem fairly abstract and removed from common experience, but in fact, because this is sort of the great frame in which all the other little frames are suspended, we operate at a tremendous disadvantage because we are embedded in a patriarchal solar calendar which reinforces the false notion of permanence and stability. The I Ching hexagram 49 is the hexagram revolution, and you might turn to it expecting a treatise on courtly politics or something like that. But what you actually read there is the news that the magician is a calendar maker. A strange notion, but precisely addressing what I'm trying to say, that this is one of the ways in which we might revision our world to accentuate flux and flow and change and the transience and the coming to be and the falling away, rather than this constipated, death-denying, paternalistic, solar kind of point of view. So that's one notion of how context might change. And it's an interesting idea. It's not illegal to advocate calendrical reform. It's probably not occurred to anyone. But believe me, in prehistory and in early Chinese history, tremendous battles were fought, and these were issues of great importance because the founders of new dynasties understood that the way to establish their reigns was to sweep away all previous calendrical conceptions and establish a 0 year, and then create in that context all the subcontexts of their political agenda.
So it's the new order. And I think that that's so interesting because we are, of course, well, many of us, and I'm sure many of us here, are going back to the celebration of some of the most ancient festivals, the nature festivals, the solstices, the equinoxes, the full moon, the young moon. These were the most ancient holy days because they were congruent with the rhythm of nature. And I think you're quite right. What the solar calendar does, it sort of nullifies that whole cyclic spiral quality of life. But I want to get back for a moment in that context to the issue of the use of psychedelics, because the use of them as a medium through carefully thought through and reconstituted, certainly going back to some of its ancient roots, as we're doing here, with some of the music, but also adapting it for today and for tomorrow. That really relates to the whole issue of calendar too. I mean, to the issue of when. When are the times of the year when you do this? Because regardless of anything else, if we are to engage in this practice on a random and very frequent basis, we're not going to have a very productive economy. I mean, it's just a very simple equation, because it's sort of easy to wash away then and to really not be creative. So it's an issue. I think we have to address that issue, don't we? And it goes with the issue of calendar. It goes with the issue of ritual. I mean, these things are all interconnected.
Yes, your remarks make me think of something Omar Stewart said, who was a botanist and anthropologist, and I don't know how serious he was, but he felt that the great transition in plant consciousness came with the invention of agriculture, that the hunting peoples could take the ecstatic hallucinogens because you could sleep in the next day. But once you got into agriculture, corn became the important plant, and there was no more getting stoned because everybody had to get up early and get out there and hoe the corn.
Well, of course, we don't have to get up early and hoe the corn today. But
does that mean we can get stoned?
I think there is something to it being a holy thing.
No, I agree.
And a sacramental thing. And that really relates to holy days and to this whole notion of it being done within a context that we have to create. I mean, we have to do nothing more or less than to create a culture. But fortunately, we have a lot of the strands to work with.
Yes, a successful psychedelic trip absolutely kills the desire to do it again very soon.
So it's a self-limiting experience.
Yes, it's a self-limiting experience. And the way to know whether you're doing it correctly or not is if what you're doing doesn't make you afraid, you're not doing it right.
On that note, we might want to think about the 10-minute stretch and
Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
So we thought for this closing session this afternoon that we would hope to hear from you, and I vow to give shorter answers.
We've made a pact here. The two of us just go on. So we want to hear from you.
I just want to make one quick suggestion for to hear it addressed at some point, because I know that some people are curious about this, and that is, not everybody may know that both of you are involved in wonderful relationships, probably models for marital. And there might be a few words you could say about just certainly the issue of dominator versus partnership comes up in marriages and relationships constantly, and how we can take some of these really wonderful ideas in terms of how we define Gaian consciousness and bring it down to how we get out of an argument. That might be just how you both deal with it must be terribly illuminating for all of us.
Well, I'll start. I am in a committed long-term relationship. Many of you know my partner, Kat. We've been together since 1975. We met in 1967 in Jerusalem, actually. But we were on different paths and didn't really see each other for 9 years. And we have 2 children, Finn, a boy 10, and Clea, a girl 7. And Riane said yesterday that partnership is preferable because it's fun. It certainly is fun. It's also a great challenge. It is the challenge, I think. There's a wonderful saying that addresses the problem of ego in the dominator situation. It's Uzbekistani, this saying. It's that a man may be a fool and not know it, but not if he's married. So, partnership is a wonderful opportunity for humility and for seeing oneself as others see them. And well, it's everything. I can't say enough about it. It's the conjunctio. It's the great challenge. It drives one to distraction. It is perhaps the transcendental object that is most personally experienced by each of us. I think it's fair to say that in our individual lives where magic is most present is in the matter of forming partnerships and bonding. I mean, you know, a typical example is that you can see a woman across a crowded room speaking as a man, and something passes between you, and then later you find out that, well, she's the daughter of the corporation president or the university chancellor and doesn't speak English and is already married to a French count and so forth and so on. But lo and behold, circumstances evolve, and she divorces the French count. She learns to speak English. She gets an apartment across the hall, and this falls into place like magic. In fact, magic. And so we can summon this power to the things we care about most, and what we care about most is, I think, falling into this. The dyad, I really think that people come in two pieces, and you sort of have to put the pieces together, and then you get a curious beast indeed that can maybe ride a longer distance. I'm not sure. What's your story?
Well, my story I'd like to share with my partner, with David. Do you want to go first, David, or should I? Okay, I'll go first. Okay. I started off my partnership with David only 11 years ago. And it was a miracle, is what it was. I had a prior marriage, and that was really a terrific learning experience, I guess one says about these unpleasant things. But it was a classic dominator relationship, and we were both miserable. I mean, I was really getting pretty good at manipulating, actually, which is what you have to get to if you're in a dominator relationship. And it really brings out the worst in everybody. You know, the guy who's supposed to be who never, I mean, he never apologizes. He always, he knows. I mean, by golly, his ego. And, of course, he knows that this isn't working, and so he's very tense about the whole thing, and he leaves his laundry for you to pick up on the floor. And you hate it, and you begin to hate him. And so you start manipulating. And so after a while, you're both miserable. I mean, that's really the classic pattern, isn't it? That, and people stay, and the whole difference between dominator relationships, as far as, heterosexual, long-term relationships and partnership relationships is that the bonding in one is really coercion. I mean, well, it used to be, the Don Juan, the story of Don Jose killing Carmen. I mean, if you dare leave this guy for somebody else, he'll kill you. That's a pretty good motivation not to go right there. But a lot of it, of course, more recently has been economic. Especially for the women. They just couldn't get out of this rotten situation, so they kidded themselves and everybody else. So now we're starting from scratch, right? And we're all saying, wait a minute, this old stuff has made everybody literally ill. And so I was so blessed. I found David, and David found me, and we met. And he came over for lunch, and he never went home. Actually, he did go home because I had an appointment with an accountant that afternoon, and I had told him that I was going to go to a movie that evening, and he said to me, "You really have to go to that movie?" And I said, "No, I don't have to go to that movie." So he came back, and I have to share something with you, which is sort of funny. I was so scared of getting married again. Because getting married, especially in my generation, you carry that dominator luggage of wife, husband, and that programming. So we waited 10 years, and we finally got married. And it was wonderful because it was the three of us. We were married by a woman, which was really a terrific experience. I mean, just the three of us, and she was a gorgeous, wonderful woman wearing this beautiful robe, these colorful robes, and we all cried, and David read me his poetry, and I read him my vows, and it was a sacred moment for us. And so, we do have arguments, I mean, in case you're interested, and partnership doesn't mean perfect either, but we also have developed some techniques for working them out, sometimes.
Why don't I tell you real quickly of the techniques that we use, and then let me share with you 2 or 3 sort of interesting stories to me, centering around how we met, because they seem to have various morals, various dimensions of meaning. But the technique first. I really found this tremendously useful, and it was Riane's idea, and it was her reinterpretation or reworking of an idea out of co-counseling. And the idea is simply this. Contrary to the image that people might like to believe, we do have tremendous conflict, because we both only reach the place we are by developing really strong egos, but more than strong egos, strong identities.
I think there's a difference.
Yeah, let's say strong identities, and Now, this is important contextual. This is what I wasn't going to get into, because I was thinking to myself, I'm working on an article right now. Riane has written her half. It's called the Partnership Society, Social Vision, and Personal Practice. She's done Social Vision, and you've heard parts of it. I'm working right now on Personal Practice and thinking all this through, and I thought to myself, shall I share any of this? And I thought, I don't have it thought through well enough. But I feel I should add this to what I was going to say. On this conflict of strong identity, not ego. We're going through this period, see, where there's been this traditional male dominant, female submissive relating of the sexes. And trying to get out of it, there's an awful lot of role reversal, where the women are becoming strong, forceful, and talk a lot. And the men are becoming more submissive and sitting back and taking it and so on. Now, this is actually, if you look it over, this is a necessary part of the transition, but the transition only. Because if that pattern prevails, then we're lost. Because all you got is the flip side of the coin once again. You've got the woman, too dominant, talking, calling the shots too much, feeling guilty about it. That makes her do it even more. You've got the man sitting there silent and seething until he explodes. And, this leads to actual violence, physical violence in some cases, because the men are more muscular and so on. And, but it hasn't in my case. No, but I'm looking out at the general. But so what I see that we must be moving toward is not this situation where you've got one partner or the other. It's the dominant one and the other one's the submissive thing. See, the tip-off to what's wrong here is when it becomes an inflexible, invariant pattern. Once you get into it, as the both of you already know, I'm just trying to articulate what's gone through the heads of a lot of you in relationships. You discover progressively that there are certain situations where one party should be dominant because that particular party knows a hell of a lot more about whatever it is in that situation than you do. And there's other situations where you've got the expertise and you've got the contacts and you're dominant. The secret seems to be the flexibility and knowing each other well enough to know when to flip it to the other one and let the other one take over and so on. But we've got to move toward this situation where you've got not strong and weak or weak and weak. Another one of these patterns is the weak and the weak. And that's not so bad, where people actually admit, I got imperfections, you've got imperfections. Let's work together to perfect ourselves. It doesn't always work, as you know. But we've got to work toward the Partnership Society model to me is strong and strong, where you've got two strong identities and they work out this, thing according to the situation and their relationship with nature, with all of nature and all of life is strong too. Anyway, enough of that. That's sort of an overall thing. There was something else.
Co-counseling.
Technique.
Oh, co-counseling, yeah, because this is something very practical. Okay, you got these two strong identities, and they come to the both of them are very tempted and have already regressed partly into that monstrous situation, the dominator system that got them. Now, what we do, actually isn't what we do. It's almost invariably, Riane says, in effect, now look, let's have a session. And that's my cue to get out of my defensive, withdrawal, seething, type thing, to the routine we both go through is, first you're forced to say, what is it? I always forget what it is.
It comes out of reevaluation co-counseling, and you start off by saying what's new and good.
Yeah, okay.
Which really brings you into the here and now.
Yeah. So you're forced to say what's new and good. And you may say there's absolutely nothing new and good. And the other party says, you must think of something new and good. So then you think, well, it's a beautiful day. That fulfills that function. Then you have to think of what's good about myself. And you say, I don't feel that there's anything good about myself. And once again, you must think about something good about yourself. And then you say, well, I can play a good harmonica. and then comes the difficult one in these quarrel situations. What's new and good about the other person? And, then you come up with, well, I think you're pretty or something like And that fulfills it. Then you go into your deep session where you unload, and you just unload everything. And the sacred rule here, the key to this whole method working, the other party cannot interrupt. No defensive feedback, because once there is the slightest defensive feedback in this situation, you're right in that argument cycle. You said this and I said this and so on. Each party unloads and the other one can't say a thing until the wind up. Then your wind up isn't it what we're looking forward to? Yeah. The wind up is something I'm looking forward to. Oddly enough, by the time you reach that point, you say, well, something I'm looking forward to. And usually you feel much better and you can really legitimately look forward to something. And both parties do this. And if you do this, you'll be absolutely astounded at how it will improve your relationship and how much you will actually be helping to build the floor of the partnership society in a very practical way.
How do you figure out who starts?
Usually you know.
Who starts the unloading?
Usually you know.
Yeah.
Because it's the person who's really ready to...
Yeah, it's the one with the biggest build-up that should start.
Thank you, David, for sharing that with us.
But let me just share one other thing, which was centering around how we met. Terence was talking about seeing across the crowded room, that phenomenon. And the interesting thing that happened to me was I had left my first wife after a typically dominator, unsatisfactory type relationship and so on. And I was lonely and wandering in Los Angeles and dating women and thinking, gosh, there's got to be some simpler way of going through this process. Because I'm a psychologist, I've had years with ETS and involved in test development and so on, so I figured there ought to be some simple test I can develop. So actually, I went through the standard way and thinking, the list of 300 questions, and then it sunk in on me. I can't go out on a date and say, fill this in first. So I boiled it all down. Within psychology, is there a psychologist here? Well, maybe there's somebody out there who knows about the guy named Webb's unobtrusive measures. I thought, this is something for Webb's unobtrusive measure. An unobtrusive measure is something very seemingly innocuous that tells you an awful lot about the person without a lot of questions. So I boiled it all down to, without going into the reasons, I had two questions. One was, for the ideal woman, was, did you love your father? And if the answer was yes.
But say why, because you had a relationship where there was distrust on both sides,
the reason
ambivalence towards the mother from David. And,
Now the reason why this was a profoundly well-grounded question was that my own case, I had an ambivalent mother, and so I had grown up with a very leery sense toward women. I was married first to a woman who had a very awful father, and she grew up very, very leery of men. So that when we had an argument, we'd both depart, The message from below was, you made a mistake hooking up with that opposite sex. and so I thought to myself, because that's my background, I must find a woman who had a good relationship and loved her father. Then when we get in an argument, I'll withdraw, but she will follow. Simple as that, but very, very good. Anyway, so that was one of my questions. Did you love your father? And the other one, I clapped literally everything else in, who is your favorite composer? And the answer had to be Mozart. So I met Riane, and we fell in love almost immediately. And then I thought, I've got to try the test. I thought to myself, what if she fails? I'm madly in love with her. I can't bear to give her up. But what if she fails my test? And so I held off a week. And finally, she happened to mention, just spontaneously, something about her father. And I thought, oh, here it comes. I gotta have it. And I said, tell me this, man. How'd you feel about your father? And she says, oh, I love my father. Boy, 50%, you know. And then about another week went by, and I said, and we were talking about classical music, and I thought, oh, here it goes. And I thought to myself as I started to ask the question, I said, what if she says Sibelius, who happens to be my least favorite composer? And I said, oh, by the way, who is your favorite composer? She said, Mozart, of course. That's not only.
If I had known that I was being tested, I had not a clue.
Anyway, that's not only how we met, but that's what locked it all. It's a choice of the heart completely legitimized by science.
Monogamy in terms of the dominator and the partnership.
Want me to start?
I'd love you to start.
Well, I think that the issue is really relates to this whole question of coercive versus voluntary bonding. The dominator model is, well, think of the whole idea, of the first form of slavery that we have archaeologically documented, was actually the enslavement of women from conquered communities. Even in the Bible, it says that these wonderful directions, always supposedly from Jehovah, kill all the women who have known a man, but, kill everybody as a matter of fact, but only those girl children who have not known a man you keep for yourself, right? I mean, this is supposed to be God's command to you. But anyway, so it was a very coercive kind of situation if you look at it, from that perspective, if women are seen as property. And a lot of what we've seen has been the coercive bonding. But I'm also convinced that given the tremendous bonding that comes from mutually satisfying affection through sexual relationships, the sharing of the peak experience, and the friendship that is impossible. I mean, how can you have friendship, as a matter of fact, in a Muslim dominator marriage where the women live in complete apartheid? I mean, good morning, let's go and, do it for a few minutes. Maybe you'll give me a son, and then, goodbye. I mean, that's not very conducive to voluntary bonding, is it? So I'm very convinced that this whole issue of monogamy or not monogamy really can only be looked at, in terms of these two situations. That's not to say that kind of positive reinforcement, as Skinner would say, of the sexual bonding, of the affection, of the friendship, that would motivate you to want to stick around, with that one person, quite a lot. That would necessarily be an exclusive union. I don't know that. But I think that there's a lot that in a partnership kind of relationship would really bring people to want to stick around with each other because it's just more fun. And because there are advantages to a partnership for all kinds of reasons, bringing up children. But again, if we have more of a clan situation where there are, more parents for each child, so to speak, that exclusivity no longer, becomes the issue. I think it's a very complex issue, and the issue is becoming a very real one today with the AIDS epidemic. And I want to say something about AIDS, which may strike you as being rather strange, but if you think about it, it's very much a product of traumatization, a tearing of tissue, which is really a dominator form of sex. And the rapid spread of it through the homosexual community, of course, was largely due to this, and the fact that it's spreading like wildfire in certain parts of Africa, it has to be related to the genital mutilation and the scarring and the weakness of the tissue, that builds in, as well as some of the really brutal kind of sexual practices. So it's almost like nature giving us some feedback here that what the sexual revolution is about is not brutal, mechanical, screw everybody and everything inside, that it's about something about maybe beginning to reclaim sex as sacrament a little bit, and friendship and bonding. And that's not a moral position. It's just simply a way of looking at it from a perspective that may be more congruent with what we all kind of would enjoy. So that's my answer. It's not an absolute answer.
Oh.
Well, naturally, I think like everyone who's in a committed relationship, I've given this considerable thought. And it seems to me what the tension about monogamy in modern society can be traced to, or the sense of perhaps dissatisfaction with monogamy, can be traced to a distortion and betrayal of adolescence, and that the problem begins in adolescence by repressing adolescent sexuality. And this then creates a sense of irrecoverable loss and this weird sort of haunting feeling that you didn't get it right, and so life is not being fair to you, and then a multitude of sexual encounters is looked to as an answer to this. So, but I think that monogamy represents a deepening of bonding into a kind of lifelong project that is entirely spiritual. Not that it doesn't have a physical and an ecstatic and an erotic side, but it all goes together to create something that should not be expected of adolescents and should not be preached as the ideal at all stages of life.
What would you like to do? Would you like to ask questions? Yes.
I would like to ask, how strange is it that when you saw a warlike aggregation of people, a tribe or whatever, if you looked at how they socialized their babies, you could see that they treated them very roughly when it comes to babies. And I wonder whether you have seen that in the warlike tribes, perhaps something different in the Scandinavian socialization of babies.
I'll take that first and then you can say something. You put your finger on a very, very important essential element of this system, of how the dominator system maintains itself. Regardless of how it really came about, and we talked a little about that yesterday, and maybe we'll talk about it more today, what happened subsequently was that the ways of maintaining the system became institutionalized. They became habitual. And one of the ways of maintaining the system, which may have started with privation, with trauma, if you will, with the kind of thing that Reich called, the things that lead to character armoring. It may have started from natural reasons, environmental reasons, but then it became part of child rearing. And it's not accidental that so many of the most warlike of these tribal societies that we still see today practice very barbaric forms of genital mutilation. Because that's a way of traumatically beginning already very, very early, be it genital mutilation of women. I don't know how many of you know that millions of women in Africa and in many of the Muslim nations have their clitorises cut off. I mean, we don't like to talk about it, and yet I must talk about it, because we must understand that these are not just quaint ethnic customs. Neither was it the quaint ethnic customs, the foot binding that deformed, and really mutilated the foot of Chinese women. These are all practices that become institutionalized in a dominator system of society, and we must recognize them as such. But of course, it was also for males. The original circumcision of males in many of these cultures is really horribly painful. So yes, from these very extreme forms to less extreme forms, and the fact that today, look, a tremendous partnership trend, as Alice Miller, by the way, any of you know the work of Alice Miller? She's fabulous, and she put her finger on it, because what she talks about is the institutionalization of dominator ways of child rearing and the beg your pardon? And birth. Well, that's another subject. I mean, what we've done with birth. But you see, these are all the ways that we've done it very cleverly to maintain the system, which is killing us. But so it's time to leave them behind. But the thing that happens is that today, look, we no longer say spare the rod and spoil the child. We call it child abuse. That is a very powerful partnership tool. Okay.
Yes, Riane, you were about to go into what a leadership structure would be like in a partnership society.
All right, I find that so fascinating because, again, it's emerging. And you know where it's emerging most visibly? You're going to laugh. It's in the corporate literature. Pick up Fortune magazine, and you find these big articles saying what we need is a new type of leader. And what do we need specifically? Well, we don't need this guy anymore. The model of the manager as the cop, as the controller. They finally discovering that inhibits creativity. And productivity thereby. What do we need? We need a leader that can inspire other people to work together in teams. I mean, it's very, very interesting. Obviously this is preparing the kind of leadership that can provide leadership in a partnership society, but I really want to say that the two images from the title of my book, of The Chalice and the Blade, to me most visibly and dramatically conceptualize these two very different styles of leadership. You know, the blade is a leadership through fear. You will enjoy this, or else. You better obey, or you'll be punished. And the chalice is the chalice has from remote antiquity been the symbol of spiritual leadership, hasn't it? Of regeneration, of creativity, of transformation, of illumination, of bringing forth in us, eliciting in every one of us our greatest creativity, our greatest potential. That is the symbol of that kind of leadership.
Did you talk about Victorian era, how they raised children as for sex, and how that kind of set the world up for World War I and World War II?
Well, that would take another hour probably to really go into it, but there's a fascinating work by a man called Theodore Rojas, who basically put his finger on what some of these periods of warfare are really about. And he talked about World War I, and it was really a resurgence of the masculine, quote masculine. Okay, I really have to say masculinity and femininity. Even what we associate in Jungian terms with the yin and the yang are very much products of dominator stereotypes. And as we unravel and reweave, we have to leave behind this idea that, the feminine is passive and cold and dark. Consider it for a moment. Doesn't sound very good. And that, the masculine is the active. As a matter of fact, in many of the earlier symbology, it's quite the opposite. So we have to untangle the symbols. But the point of it is that Rojas points out, as have others, that it was a resurgence of the masculine ethos and contempt for woman, contempt for the feminine. And so the Victoria era, of course, being a predecessor of that, but it's much more complicated in the Victorian era, because in the Victorian era, some of the rejection by women of sex was also a rejection of servitude. Just as women going into convents in the Middle Ages was a rejection of a form of family organization where they were really male chattel. They were sexual and economic property. So it's very complicated. I won't go into a lot of detail. Yes.
Yeah, last night a woman brought up about the condition of women as single parents these days. And I was thinking in terms of partnership shifts and changing roles, what would you comment on the tendency of women to give up almost entirely on having a male partner as parent, and for parents, at least in America, male parents to give up on the idea of continuing to nurture their children or starting to nurture them once they separate from their mothers?
See, ours is a period, I think that you'll agree with me, Terence, of transition. It's a period that we would call a period of tremendous systems disequilibrium. And we know in terms of our own personal histories that for patterns that have been very, very rigid to change, we have to go through a very painful time, very often, as the old patterns begin to disintegrate so that they can reform into something new. And I see a lot of what's happening with the family as fitting into that. There are both trends towards partnership and still trends towards, a dominator society. It's a constant tension between the two right now. But getting specifically to the issue of the single mother, I don't think that it's accidental that so many of the young men who have come out in this newer generation, who are rejecting the old male stereotype to varying degrees, came out of single mother homes, single family homes, single parent homes, because they did not have that, if you cry, your father's going to beat you kind of thing. That's just one part of it, you see. But the real problem, where are the good men? That's really one of the issues. Well, the good men are in every man. But they have a tremendous struggle coming out at this time. And of course the 80s were a tremendously important period of hammering back in again the ideal of masculinity as the dominator. So it was a setback in very, very real ways, not just legal, but on the mythopoetic. And we live by stories. Those stories really set us back. So I think what I'm saying to you is that this is part of the dislocation that we're seeing. I think that there'll be some kind of regrouping as we move with there will continue to be family, but it won't be the procreation-oriented, male-headed, so-called patriarchal family. we're going to be seeing much more partnership families. And these units will not only be units of women and men. It will be also of men and men and women, of old people. In other words, family will be redefined more in terms of the clan, of the extended family, but again, not the patriarchal clan. That's as long as we do our work and we make it move in this direction, because obviously the choice is up to us. It's not going to happen like that. Terence, you want to say something on this, because I think that's such an important subject.
Well, I think you're right that the clan motif is what is gaining ground. I think the nuclear family was such a theater of violence for the male ego to exercise itself. Every man a king. This is the banner under which the nuclear family flies. And certainly the people in the Amazon that I'm most familiar with, there are extreme dominator societies in the Amazon, and then there are societies that seem to have a more equitable arrangement. And it always seems to involve a larger social grouping than the family. As early as the 1950s, Marshall McLuhan was talking about what he called electronic tribalism. And this, I think, is coming to be the nuclear family as it is glorified in the 20th century is largely an economic unit created out of 17th and 18th century forces. So it is not writ in adamantine. It is not in the genes. It's a very temporary arrangement, while the clan arrangement, does have a morphogenetic field of millennia. And so I agree with that entirely. You have many more.
Yes. I was curious, when you were talking about the invasion in the North, why was it that they didn't look at the partnership model and say, well, that looks better than what we have, let's integrate? And so I have a feeling there's something very insidious in the dominator model that makes it blind to the benefit of change.
I think you've answered your own question. Yes.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah.
I recently have asked this very same question, and I have an idea which I'll try out on you, which is, I think that the trigger event, what in this scenario that you're asking about, was the domestication of horses, and that happening at that time, which it's known that it did happen at that time, changed the relationship of these peripheral nomadic peoples, and they suddenly saw opportunity, easy pickings. And so they mounted horses. It was an extension of the hunting psychology, and began to be predatory upon these societies. Before the domestication of the horse, it was unthinkable because populations could not be rapidly transported and attacked and successfully overwhelm sedentary populations. We're going to talk more about technology, but that's just one of the early instances where it was definitely technology that tilted events in favor of the dominator as against the partnership society.
I think that's a very important element, and I'd like to extend it further to suggest that if we talk technology, we think of the first technology really after foraging is gathering and hunting, because animals forage, but gatherers and hunters do store. You know, they have containers and they share, which is very, very human, of course. But then you get this bifurcation, don't you, of people who become primarily agrarian, although they do domesticate some animals, and others who become in the more arid, less hospitable areas, but still sustainable to a certain extent. They become pastoralists. And it's occurred to me that there may be something about the dependence on meat in a pastoral society where you raise little animals that you kind of like, because they're so cute and loving, but you know that you're going to kill them. That's the whole purpose of the whole, exercise here. that in itself may be part of the process. And there's so many parts of this process of the character armoring, of the deadening of empathy. But I would suggest that maybe in that technology itself, there are, and I'm one, as we discussed yesterday, I don't see one cause. I'm not a biological determinist or an environmental determinist or a this or that determinist. I see a multiplicity of factors. Because complex systems, you always have a multiplicity of factors. But I would suggest that that's another factor.
I don't see how the two are still in Nordic religion, Thor, Vikings, I don't know that list is not interesting, but it doesn't seem like they are very close to those horse invaders. I don't know how they got that.
Well, those are later. I mean, most of the societies about which we have written history are, in fact, all of the societies about which we have written history, I could almost say, are already infected by what I think of as the Dominator virus, which is spread by war. I mean, war really spreads it. It's like a virus that spreads the Dominator system. And so that again is you are the woman who asked all these marvelously 3-hour questions. I love it. It's a very complex thing, but I do have to tell you that, for example, in Finnish folklore, and I happen to know this because I've traveled to Finland several times, and have, in fact, my book, The Chalices of Blade, has been acquired for publication. It will be published in Finnish. But it's been acquired for publication in Germany, France, Italy, Finland, and also Brazil by now. It's been marvelous. It's been really extraordinary. But the thing about Finland is that there's earlier folklore there, indicating very definitely an earlier partnership tradition with overlays then of the other things. So it's very complex.
When you talk about history, prehistory, I always think of history as being the period where you have written records.
That's right.
Written history. And when you link history, therefore, with the Dominator theory, is there some, or the Dominator model, is there some link you feel between the process of writing and the Dominator
No.
model? Is that merely coincidental, or?
Well, let me answer that question by giving you some information. The evidence now is, again, a UCLA archaeologist, Maria Gimbutas, she hasn't discovered it. Some of these were Vinca tablets, which were thought to be classical Greek colonies in some obscure, script. She has discovered that there is a language, a written language, a symbology, if you will, of writing that antedates Sumerian. Supposedly it started in Sumer about 3,200 years ago. I could never understand that because it was found in a temple which was still a temple dedicated to the goddess and the priestesses. But presumably, the priestesses did the writing to keep mercantile records. And I could never understand why we as a species would do our first writing just to figure out how many pots of something we own. Didn't make sense, And of course, what this earlier writing was a mythical, poetic, symbolic, sacred language which she is trying to decipher. But the most important example of a historical society which still maintains its orientation primarily to the partnership model is Minoan Crete. And Greek archaeologist Nicholas Slayton, who excavated Minoan civilization on the island of Crete and Santorini and surrounding areas very, very extensively for over 50 years, they're suggesting that the legend of Atlantis, the legend of this ancient civilization that was far more advanced, that sank into the sea, that again is based on a garbled folk memory of this earlier civilization, which, if we have time, I can tell you a little about because it's so extraordinary. Because you see, there were in that time, at the end of Minoan civilization, which by then had already was by then shifted into Mycenaean, which is the hybrid society between the invaders and the earlier one, there were tremendous cataclysmic events, tremendous volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, enormous tidal waves, and literally, like in this little island, what's left of it is little Santorini, because about 2/3 of the island was literally swallowed by the sea. And the first one to suggest this theory was Spiridos Marinatas, who was the head of the Greek Archaeological Service. So it's tremendous detective work that we're doing. And of course, that's what archaeology is about. It's really, I think of it as a space journey into our past, but also into our future because of the implications. It's like time travel into our past but really the importance is for our future.
Yes. You speak about how the choosing of homosexuality for men, given the history in many different societies where the initiation rites were so painful that many would choose to be another man's second wife or would not go through into being initiated into a man because of the dominator society. Homosexuality.
Why don't you say it yourself more loudly, because I don't want to paraphrase it.
I'm just curious about the choices that men have made into homosexuality because of dominator societies and them not being able to express themselves in a feminine way, having a relationship with the goddess, perhaps. And also in history, how different tribal societies, the initiation rites were so painful that oftentimes, like in Native American societies and in Africa, in different places, they would choose to be a man's second wife rather than be initiated into the domineering, controlling, all-powerful male in the society. And I just wonder how that relates to homosexuality in society today and AIDS.
Well, wow, that's a 4-hour question. But I'm going to try to answer at least part of it. I think clearly, just as we have completely distorted heterosexual sexuality into either calling it sinful and, something that you only do for one reason, folks, and that's to impregnate a woman, right? I mean, not for pleasure, not for bonding, how that, puts a barrier to communication, which is, of course, lack of communication is the sine qua non. It's the stuff of which dominator society is made. So all of the institutions are designed to prevent it or to equate what we've done. We see it so much in the modern pornography industry, which is, again, a resurgence, really, of dominator models, the erotization of dominance, right? So heterosexuality has been completely distorted by the dominator model, and we're trying to reclaim it. Homosexuality, equally so. And the example, and you have really, by giving the examples that you did, have pointed out some of the ways in which men have been pushed into it in some tribes. But of course, as Genet, the French writer pointed out, the classical, if you will, the traditional homosexual relationship is a parody. It's a caricature, an exaggerated caricature of the male-female dominant subservience, the sadomasochistic relationship that is supposed to characterize, the male-female relationship. And what I want to suggest to you is that the misogyny, that is part of the culture, and it's not only part of the homosexual community, it's part of the whole dominator system. All of these things interweave in a complex way to make us confuse sex, which is an act of giving pleasure and taking pleasure, with an act of giving pain and receiving pain. I mean, it's an amazing thing. And the thing I want to end with is the Greeks. Now, classical Greece was a hybrid society. I was a chapter in the Chalices of Lade on the Greeks. And I've had some very, very interesting feedback from classical scholars who have said, wow, that really, the archaeological data, bringing it together this way, really explains a lot of what was happening there. But consider homosexuality in Greece. Of course, this so-called cradle of democracy, where women lost their votes. I have to tell you this. I have to digress. I just have it. St. Augustine tells a story, which is a wonderful clue. He says that the way that Athens got its name was that there was this contest where they were going to either name it after the, Pluto, the god of the underground, the male god of the underground, or Athena, who Athena, of course, is a direct descendant of the goddess, except she now has become this insane combination of the goddess of wisdom and war, which, only the dominator system can do that, but that's okay. And apparently the women, and there was one more woman, they voted for Athena. So, in punishment, now listen, in punishment, St. Augustine relates that women lost the right to vote. And we're told that Athens is the cradle of democracy. And of course, that's very interesting because half the population in Athens were women, right? And they were literally under house arrest. I mean, the apartheid was so great, they were segregated into the women's quarters. And 90% of both men and women were slaves. So we have this, very free society, right, which is sort of a joke. But it's a hybrid society between some of the earlier, Minoan, very definitely. I mean, as Clayton points out, the Minoan tradition, flourished still, in the beautiful art, and in many of, but like, we don't have time for the whole thing. But the thing that I wanted to tell you was about homosexuality, which is so fascinating. The accepted norm for homosexuality, and the only way it was tolerated, was if it was between an older man. Yes.
Terence mentioned this idea of a northern people mounting on horses and coming back and dominating the cradle cultures. Could you talk about the fact that these people were essentially the sons of those that had been exiled from those cultures in the first place? Because no one leaves the cradle culture voluntarily. Somehow they didn't conform, or there was something in their psychology that they couldn't cooperate, and they were sent away. And they went into northern areas. They had a harden. Their survival qualities were much more difficult, and that created a different psychology. And then when they found the vehicle, they came back and essentially destroyed the culture that had at some point earlier rejected them and thrown them out. And that's always like the return of the prodigal, only this time.
Well, that's a very interesting theory that you propose. Unfortunately, I don't have any data. See, it's very difficult. I mean, we can hypothesize on what happened and how it happened. But the hard data just isn't there yet. The hard data that we have is what happened when they came in. That we are beginning to acquire. And I think with time we'll also get more and more clues. But I think you have been spinning some very interesting theories there. Yes.
This week's reflection about how to discriminate between true partnering and partnering that is fostered by the dominant society to gain economic profit. And I go back to the Scandinavian countries worked and worked hard years ago. I think we looked upon it without any sense of being threatened by it. The Japanese did the same thing, and now it's a key element of the industrial complex to duplicate them because we're threatened by them economically.
Well, again, that's a very interesting question, especially the Japanese phenomenon, which is such a mix of the really very paternalistic and very dominator, and yet a basic partnership understanding. And I don't even know how to begin to answer that, except to say that we have to be very careful with the terms that we're trying to reclaim. I mean, I'm trying to reclaim for us the term partnership. And you're quite right. We need to make distinctions between the way that it's been used, conventionally. And also, we want to reclaim terms like family and tradition, because these traditions are much, much older. Okay? And they lasted for much, much longer. So, I mean, this is part of our reclamation work. About the second part of what you're saying, which is the issue of economic competition. The dominator system artificially creates scarcity. And that's an area that I explore in some of the later chapters of The Chalice and the Blade. But I think it's something that we really need to understand very, very clearly. See, all of these things are tremendous opportunities for work. Tremendous amount of research. Once we see that there is what the dynamics are of the dominator system, then we can begin to also create the alternatives and to come out of it. So I would have to leave it, in these very general terms. Yes, David. This, by the way, I did introduce David, and that's David.
I just want to talk quickly to your point, because I'm both a social psychologist and I'm a refugee from the business world.
No.
And from the viewpoint of the social psychologist, relevant to what you're saying, there was work by one of the great geniuses of the century, Kurt Lewin, in studying participatory work within the work context, group discussion. I mean, instead of the hierarchical thing the leader tells the workers what to do, the workers gather together and discuss, and with the leaders and so on, and they come up with a consensus. And we found the power of that work. Now that went into a lot of literature that went to the corporate world. And there were a lot of training groups, and a lot of consultants made their livings for many years going into the corporate world. They were hired by the hierarchy to go in there and, in a sense, build the illusion in the corporate world that
it was all team. Boy, you've got a say in this. You've got a voice in the decision of where we're going and so on. But unfortunately, everybody knew, including the consultants themselves, that it was a sham. Because when you really got down to the core of it, it was still Mr. Big calling the shots, and you got fired and hired. And no 60-day notice for a plant closing. It's just swap. Overnight, the whole partnership thing could be thrown out. The interesting that's happening, you mentioned Japanese. The interesting thing that's happening now is because the Japanese have the system that on one point has a lot of hierarchy, but also has a lot of this teamwork stuff, and it's genuine. Because that system is now threatening economically goes deeply. At last, the corporate world is being forced beyond. The consultants now can go out there and sell what amounts to the partnership way of thinking in the corporate world with some hope that it may catch on, simply because the people upstairs and the people that invest in all these industries are really scared. They can see they're going down the drain unless they become true, unless they really make this partnership thing work. That's why it's very, very exciting in the business.
Respond just a little further on your sound, and to respond to your initial question.
You stand up.
To respond to your initial question, I think there might be just a slight, not danger maybe, but a problem in, or there would be a difference between the true partnership type of society which goes on and is economically sound for itself and doesn't seek to exploit another party, a bunch of people for that type of economic gain. And now it might be just a little insidious if the typically male-dominant society, the domineering society, can bring women into its domination philosophy and incorporate what used to be a very powerful and good partnership type of society into a domineering society, and just use the aspects of the partnership to exploit other people in the same way that the male dominant society has done for so long. It would be not fortunate if that were to happen.
So you brought up the whole problem of co-option, and that's really the danger, and that's why the clarity is so very, very important for us at this time, so that we can understand that it's not enough to give it lip service. We have to live it. And it's not easy, because every one of us, people say to me, are you a liberated woman? And nobody in my generation that I can think of could even remotely make such a claim. We are carrying tremendous amount of dominator stuff in us. And so that, our main task it's not our main task. We have to do everything. People say, what do we have to do? The answer is everything. We certainly have to work on ourselves a great deal in order to do that. Yes.
Somehow what I see is in school, you're seeing a lot of teachers actually starting to go over to trying to teach cooperation and trying to preserve and honor children's self-esteem. And I think that's what's going to be a big thing. Because that wasn't the model. It was humiliation and authority in schools, and that quickly changes.
And I think that's a very important element, because the dominator system thrives on this idea that I'm just groveling. It's no accident that most of the world religions, which are dominator, they have tremendous partnership elements in them, but they also have this tremendous overlay of dominator stuff that you literally grovel before the deity. I'm this poor worm, and, forgive me my sins. And that's really where I think, that the feministic experience is such an important element to sort of really reconnect with our innate worth.
Yes, it's a dignified religion. But it's interesting what you were saying about our being formed by our past. We need to recall and define ourselves, I think all of us, as the adult children of male chauvinists, and perhaps create support groups. Entangle ourselves.
But see, the thing is that we're all trying to disentangle ourselves. I'm just looking at Sid Kelsheim, who's sitting in the audience, and who sent me a wonderful manuscript trying to understand from a different perspective some of the things that we've been talking about. When we look at our past, and I think this is the real empowering aspect of this new knowledge, this very old knowledge, really, of our past, is that we can then look at the full history. And that's a very important empowering element in us to validate those impulses in us as not being radical or new or any of this stuff that we're being told, but as being very, very deeply rooted. I think that there are two people way in the back. Yes. Oh, Robin. Can you stand, Robin? Because it's almost impossible to hear unless you stand.
Is there any way that we are going to get beyond the dualism in this, between the dominator and partnership, the bad guys and the good guys, the repudiation of all of our ancestors for the last 3,000 years, of having taken us through vast experience to get us to our destruction, and that we are the only people who are going to redeem 3,000 years of history?
Well, that whole issue of not throwing out the baby with the bathwater is how I think about it. I guess that's sort of a very, I think that the dualism is only a dualism of possibilities. It's an issue of free choice in the ultimate sense, I think, that as a species, we're very flexible. And we have, I would say we have these two basic choices. We have many, many, many other choices. And these two basic choices are very, very complex. So I'm not in the least bit suggesting, I'm not suggesting that this is an issue of women against men. You know, I mean, I always stress this in my work, that it isn't. It's a question of the kind of organization, the kind of vision, and the kind of actualization of the vision, the kind of structure that we choose. I don't think it's an issue of pointing the finger, Robin, and saying, look at the terrible things that you did to us, because it's the terrible things we did to ourselves. And we all know that there is this shadow part of us. And I mean, if you want to take it, you know, to that level, sure, there's always that other possibility. We have a choice of being very cruel. We have a choice of being very kind. But what we're discovering is that these are not just personal choices. That these are choices that are very, very, very much related to our social structure, social environment. And this whole idea of healing ourselves, trying to heal yourself in a dominated society, it's sort of like going up and a down escalator. So that's what we're talking about. It's not a question of finger pointing and of saying this is this is bad. In fact, the whole attraction of partnership is that it offers a positive path, or rather, many positive paths, because it is a pluralistic. I think that's really what I want to stress. It's a pluralistic path. And you had a
Yeah. I'm curious if you know of any evidence that would support the notion that the shamanic or sacramental use of psychedelic plants is in any way related to whether or not a civilization or society becomes more towards the partnership or more towards the dominator mode.
Well, that is of course one of Terence's arguments. And I would say this, that, well, let me first clarify something. What I just said is that I see many paths. And so I see many paths to shamanism. And I see the shamanic experience as not an elite experience. I see the shamanic experience as something that every one of us is capable of. And demonstrably so. And I see many paths to that spiritual, mystical knowing, the real knowing of our oneness with one another and with the world. Now, I think that there's absolutely no question that the plants do provide a very powerful avenue to that. And However, my sense about the plants providing a powerful avenue, as I've told Terence, and maybe we can talk about that some more, is that it has to be also in the context of a number of social support systems. Mm-hmm. Because our imagination, having been so filled with Dominator images, can through the hallucinogens also go in some pretty horrific, non-healing paths. Now, to specifically answer your question, there's very scarce evidence. Because after reading Terence's work, and he writes as eloquently, well, not quite as eloquently, because I speak like a magician, but he writes so eloquently. I said, all right, maybe really start looking at it with new eyes. It's such a gift. And of course, I saw among some of the Bulgarian artifacts, the Balkans, some mushrooms. Absolutely no question. There are the statuary of these mushrooms. And we know that most of the imagery of the art of the period is sacred, religious. So there was no question, but it was an isolated instance. It was just one. I know that the Minoans used the poppy. You probably know, and as you will, I think, confirm, the poppy does not necessarily confer hallucinatory. You have to do a lot of treating of it. So one could say that maybe, that's an indication that they used plants, for the shamanic experience. And your favorite example, I should really let you talk about this.
So you're doing well.
Well, I'm also very fascinated by the early Neolithic, the African. And those are your most potent arguments.
Yes.
I say. Well, please talk about it, because you didn't know about the formal agency than I can.
Yes, well, I will talk in detail about this. I'll maybe just say a little bit now. It ties back, I enjoyed your exegesis of Genesis this morning. But the one symbol that you didn't dwell on or mention was the fact that the issue was an issue about plant use. That Eve was tossed out of the garden because she ate of the fruit of the tree of life and involved Adam in that. The serpent was the minion, as you said, of the goddess. And the serpent said, if you eat of this plant, you will become equal to Yahweh. And Yahweh apparently agreed with this assessment that the plant was a true rival, that the union of the plant and the woman was a worthy rival to his suzerainty in this situation. And the expulsion into history was essentially removal from access to the fruit of the tree of knowledge. And it's very interesting and ties in with what we said last night about monotheism, that monotheism gives permission for this image of the ego, which is powerful, not to be questioned, paternalistically domineering, etc. Even, and perhaps unconsciously, in Riane's choice of symbols, the chalice is the symbol of partnership and transformation and unity, but it is quite simply a utensil for holding something which you drink, a sacrament. The chalice without the sacrament is simply a vessel. So I will talk probably tomorrow a lot about this and of the scenario of the emergence of human self-reflection in Africa, and how it relates to mushrooms and the partnership society of the goddess. My argument, and I'll just say this here, against the absence of overwhelmingly convincing physical evidence is, first of all, that the truly central mystery of a religion is never portrayed or spoken of. It always is only symbolically indicated. And to my mind, the coincidence in the ancient Middle East of goddesses with cattle They're always mixed up together. Well, the third and secret term in that trinity is the mushroom. The goddess and the cattle are linked in association with the mushroom, which is never mentioned. So we'll talk more about that. But at, for instance, Millart's site, you pronounce it so well. Yes.
Actually spelled C-A-T-A-L, but it's called Chateau.
Chateau-Filiuc. The overwhelming motif is of cattle, lovingly and beautifully portrayed. 16,000 years earlier at Altamira, the motif is cattle, lovingly and beautifully portrayed. In the Castelli frescoes in the Central Sahara, it's cattle. And I think the cow is the fusion symbol both for the goddess and the mushroom, because it is the caring attitude, the gentleness, the giving of milk and of nurturing and all of this that makes the cow and the cow goddess the major symbol carrying this thing in the Neolithic.
I'm right in saying that you're a magician with words, because you do present a very, very potent argument. I would still say that I believe that while I have no doubt that the use of plants, so much was lost of the knowledge of plants. We were yesterday talking about how some of the last vestiges of that in the West were burnt with the witches, the so-called witches, the wise women, who were burnt at the stake, not at the, well, the church, of course, was going into the medicine business, but it was much more complicated than that. They were actually healing people with these old methods. And so much of this lore has been lost. I have no question that plants, that our evolution and the intimate symbiotic relationship with the plant world is fascinating and yet to be really recounted story, and you are one of the main pillars of that story. But I would still say that there are many paths, in my estimation, to the shamanic experience, to the gnosis, to the knowledge, and that the ancients used many of these paths, that it was not exclusive to the use of the plant. And I would also really want to stress this point, that it is tremendously important, I think, for us to understand that when the ancients used the plant, and specifically the hallucinatory, revealing, the plant not as addictive. That was one of the questions. The plant, the plant has the addictive use and the revealing use. When they used it for not to escape, because see, so much of the Dominator system requires escape through addiction. Right. So it's tremendous, because it's such a miserable reality. Who wants to live in it? So, you escape through addiction to alcohol, or to mechanical sex, or to bulimia, or to anorexia, or to opium, the opiate of the people, or to religion, etc. So it's very dangerous at this point, I think, to really not understand that it has to be very carefully embedded in ritual that is geared to partnership. And that is the key. And I would hope that perhaps you can explore that to some measure. Because I'm convinced that when the ancients used these incredible plants, that suddenly we put them into another universe, another reality which was much more real than the experiential one. And that they really sort of had very highly developed telepathic and other abilities, because they found all these sites, that are sacred and so on, that we now know have some power too. That this was deeply, deeply embedded in ritual, very carefully, very deliberately, and that if we are to use the plant again, then it has to be done by, again, very carefully, very deliberately, and most important, very lovingly, very caringly, developing the rituals.
Yes, I think psychoactive drugs exist along a spectrum of effects, And to talk deeply about drugs, we're going to have to shed everything that we've been educated in the matter, which is a kind of blurring of distinction in order to empower a general condemnation. As sociologists or as people looking at how these things affect culture, what you want to pay attention to is the operational effect. And the spectrum runs from total addiction to a total dissolving of all behavioral patterns. And some compounds reinforce a narrowing of the focus of consciousness, unexamined machine-like activity related to the acquisition of the drug. And then at the other end of the spectrum, there are compounds and plants which dissolve machine-like unexamined activity, dissolve behavior patterns, and which expand the focus of consciousness tremendously. And the truth that is hard to hear is that human beings have never existed independently of the effects of one group or the other. In other words, the idea of a drug-free society is an utter fiction, and always has been, because we are symbiotic creatures with the vegetable kingdom or queendom. And this symbiotic relationship is most apparent to us as self-reflecting entities in the subtler effects of what we might very broadly call foods. So that when you look back through history, you're looking at opium, sugar, coffee, tobacco, hallucinogens, and these are all pushing and pulling us along the spectrum of addiction and constricted consciousness versus dissolving of social programming and reconnection to the larger natural surround. And so there are dominator drugs and dominator use patterns, and there are partnership drugs and partnership use patterns that reinforce open-endedness and creativity and this sort of thing. But what is not available as an option is the notion of the drug-free society, because foods themselves impinge on the neurological functioning and the level of neurotransmitters and the degree of alertness and attention and this sort of thing. I found myself a couple of weeks ago saying a person who does not take drugs is like a computer that does not use software. It doesn't do anything. And so then the question is not a kind of moralistic pontification against drugs, but an intelligent awareness of choices and options based on historical experience. Well, that's all I really want to say about that, but that it's important to make that point because we are going to have to increase the sophistication of our own understanding of the drug problem because part of the articulation and implementation of the partnership society is going to revolve around this issue of reconnecting with these shamanic tools and realizing to what a truly intense degree we are a symbiotic creature. If we do not maintain our connections to the vegetable world, to that source of gnosis, then we wander in alienation and existential self-doubt. That's why there is, as you doubtless picked up, this difference between Riane and I on this point. She is more, in this case, the sociologist, and I am more the biological determinist, because I really think the embedding in nature is far more real and strong and intense than we know, because we are, of course, the apex of a long process of alienation.
It's the gate that seems to be what I'm hearing here. So that it has a very pure dominator logic in your well-reasoned argument that I
You're talking to me, and you're saying that it sounds like I'm saying this is the mechanism by which it happened, and therefore I'm closing out other options. And well, I am a frank propagandist for this point of view. Nobody was saying it till I was saying it. I think it's fine if one person says it. I'm interested in seeing it demolished. The way to truth, you don't have to fear to test truth. If it's true, it can withstand any sort of onslaught.
What does emulsify mean literally? Softened. Yes.
Softened and penetrated by another medium. Yes, yes.
I love that metaphor. I would like to suggest that maybe this afternoon, when we talk about technology, we can think of plants as technologies and how their use really differs. When we look at them through the template of the partnership and the dominator society, because I think that really, to a very large extent, we have to address that issue to really emulsify.
It's got something.
Yes.
Where you were starting to get into the dominator drug versus the partnership drug, I was beginning to get very excited. Am I right in assuming that at some point, this afternoon and tomorrow, you are going to say, okay, here it is, I'm blocking it out and listing one versus another? I think this would be an extremely valuable contribution, because in my own experience with the whole application of the dominator partnership model, if you take every area, politics, economics, child raising, so on, you apply this model, and all of a sudden, by being able to push things into that camp or that camp, you gain a tremendous clarity. And I think that this would move forward the whole controversy about the drug scene right here. And
yes.
When are you going to do this?
Well, if not this afternoon, certainly tomorrow. But it's on my agenda for sure.
I'm interested in what both of you are saying, and I'm thinking as I'm sitting here, and I really don't know how to word it, that I'm sure there must be is ancient knowledge about not limiting the drug possibility, but or getting caught up in dogma of any kind, but the ability for people to be inducted by those people who carry the vibration in their central nervous system, for instance, in perhaps ancient rituals, ancient groups, where they hung out as perhaps not necessarily the girly dominating idea, but that he could be a person that sells shoes, but he carries the vibration, which is an induction into the energy field, which would do exactly the same thing as in fact, as Alex experienced, and that it is possible for hanging out with people in ancient times where I always think of the circling in terms of the spinal central nervous system, which of course the Egyptians had somewhat this way, which and the masculine and feminine marriage, which is the partnership. So, I'd be interested in anything you had to say about that. Also, balance with this.
Well, I think shamanism is the institution that you're indicating. I mean, it is, we forget in the modern presentation of shamanism that the really central motif of it is curing, which is transferring energy from one person to another and leading people to higher states of adaptive activity. It is the exploring of the invisible world, which is stressed in psychedelic shamanism, is not simply an academic concern of the shamans. They are doing this in order to acquire power, and the purpose for acquiring the power is to heal. That's the end result of the whole thing. And I think as this archaic revival moves along and as the partnership notion becomes better understood, the shamanic model as a characterological map for each of us will make more and more sense, because it is an empowering of direct and immediate experience, which is what the dominator thing sucks away from us. We are turned into citizens who are kind of sociological placeholders who receive their orders from the organs of media that pass it on from the establishment. The dominator thing to function must undercut the notion of the uniqueness and the freedom of the individual. And shamanizing works in the here and now to empower felt experience. And so that causes me to think that those sensitivities, those ratios of feeling are what are going to be engendered in the new people who will live in and perpetuate the post-historical partnership society.
In my experience of shamanism, there is such a range, an extraordinary range of how shamanism manifests itself. And I think one of the best examples is the contrast that Michael Hunter drew between the Jivaro culture, or the Shuar culture, and the Amawaka. He used the same major psychedelic, Banisteriopsis caapi, but where the social behaviors of these two groups who live in a relatively proximate situation is highly contrasted. The Amawaka being much more partnership-oriented, and the Jivaro or the Shuar being much more dominator-oriented. And I think that's just one of many, many examples. The Yanomamo are another good example, where the use of maybe 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 different kinds of cultivated hallucinogens doesn't seem to abrogate behaviors which are quite dominator-based. So, my question is, it's like drawing an idealistic Rousseauvian picture of the Neolithic. It's my usual, and I have some experience with shamanism, personal and direct, in terms of my, past 20 years in the area, to just say that it's really, I think, as dangerous to characterize the Neolithic idealistically as it is to characterize the range of behaviors found in shamanic cultures idealistically, but rather to look realistically and discerningly at these at the trends that arise within these great ranges of cultures that we're talking about here, and then from the dark mirrors or from the problems that we perceive, the moral and ethical problems about interrelatedness or the lack thereof that do occur, for example, in some shamanic cultures, that we need to be discerning.
Yes, well, when you do field work, the first thing you discover is that all academic categories are artificial. What dealing with shamans is about is dealing with individuals. And some of you may know F. Bruce Lamb's book, The Rio Tigre and Beyond, where a essentially urban mestizo shaman involved in rosewood gathering expeditions in extremely remote areas of the Amazon comes upon extremely unassimilated, uncontacted people and takes ayahuasca with them and discovers that they don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to make it right. And he makes it for them and says, you don't do it that way, you do it this way, and it knocks their socks off. So this is a case that illustrates your point that if you are romantic about these things, if you have synthetic notions of what constitutes cultural purity and that sort of thing, you're going to get into trouble. Shamanism from the inside is very much in attitude like the very best attitudes that you meet in scientific research. It is a desire to know, to find out, to explore. And dogma is sort of the shock wave which trails along behind it. But dogma serves a function of social ordering. When you get in with these guys and women who are doing this stuff, there are no social rules because they are extra environmentals. That's what shamanism, another possible definition of shamanism. It's the condition of being extra environmentally related to your own culture so that you can set the paradigmatic agenda. Everyone else is inside the context of the language, but you are creating the context. And so you have a very, very different relationship. So yes, I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, I would say what you're talking about, you know, as you characterized it, is something that Jose once called neo-shamanism. That is that we look at a range of cultural and psychological and social behaviors that are deemed shamanism, and then we extract from that range a type which actually becomes an archetype or an ideal type to which individuals like us can relate. But, you know, my problem with that is that once you enter the domain of shamanism, it's rather like Christ's 40 days in the desert when the devil came along or when Mara came along to Buddha. There's a point in the journey which is definitely characterized by the experience of temptation and the possibility of things going awry, so to speak, of things going in ways that are antisocial and anti-environmental, against the grain of compassion or against the grain of correct relationship with environment is there.
Well, there's no knowledge without risk taking. Oh. And this is what the New Age doesn't want to hear. That the belief is current that it can be packaged or it can be gotten from a guru or something like that. The fact is, it really comes, I think, in a dimension where there is real risk and real fear. And that's a tough mountain to climb. If you've climbed it 100 times, you still won't want to climb it the 101st time. And I think shamanism throughout history and prehistory and worldwide has always suffered from this. It's very rare that you meet someone who would prefer to shamanize rather than to talk about it. And it's the shamanizing that is important, not the talking about it.
I'd like to say something on that. And it's this that I think that the points that you make are very important, but we can't really talk about the shaman. Because the image that immediately springs into our minds when we think of the shaman, for example, is male. Because that's what's been presented to us. And yet if we look at some of the oldest scenes of what was probably shamanistic dancing in Paleolithic caves, it is women, some of them pregnant. And that gives us a clue, which of course is very interesting, of, some of the early perception of the shamanistic experience as being very much connected with women's mysteries. The mystery not only of birth, which is an enormous mystery, but also the cyclic menstrual lunar cycle. And that, I think, is really very, very interesting. That when we talk about shaman again, we sort of disengage ourselves from the stereotypical notions of what is a shaman and this whole idealization of the shaman, because the Himera, shamanism can also be used to incite people into a hypnotic trance to go and disembowel their neighbors, and has so been done. And one could even say that Hitler, in a sense, used some of the shamanic techniques of this torchlight, the trappings of So it's very, very dangerous, I think, to idealize it. And again, I am glad that you again stressed that it's very, very important, as I said, that we not idealize these earlier Neolithic cultures that are now coming to light. The informative thing about them is not that they were ideal cultures, because they were not ideal cultures. The informative thing is that what they seem to tell us is that the early direction of our cultural evolution in the mainstream seems to have been orienting towards the partnership model more than towards the dominator model. And of course, in reality, we're always talking about a matter of degrees. I mean, I was going to say there's no such thing as a pure dominator or partnership culture. Some of the examples I gave you come pretty darn close. But on the other hand, people being human beings, even the most oppressed of beings, somehow find subtle ways of finding partnership modes, even within the most horrible dominator structures. So powerful is that part of it. But I really want to stress that.
Oh.
And this is Terence. I will confess, I know very little on I've been busy in other areas. The more I hear you talk, the more a bell is going off in my mind. Now, one of my great interests in my particular area of research has been tourism. The original Max Weber said, it has to be an extremely powerful concept for analyzing all kinds of things, creativity, social change, and so on. The interplay between charismatic individuals bearing the charisma and the institutionalization, the bureaucratization of the charisma, which is an extremely powerful tool in sociology. Now, my question is, I keep hearing, when you talk about the shamanic experience of the shaman, I keep getting the message, that relates to charisma, the charismatic individual, the disability. You were saying something about extra environmental, how did you phrase it? How did you use that thing? You're able to transcend the web, you're able to transcend the social web, the environmental web.
Yes, you become an extra environmental.
Yeah. And of course, this is the key, not only to individual creativity, it's the key to the individual who goes beyond the boundaries, the norms, any system of society, any system of cognition or of emotion, and takes it to the next step. Of course, the point that Riane is making is that that person can also take that to the next step, which is the wrong one, as Hitler did. How do you relate, or how do you think of the shamanic experience and the shaman in relation to the idea of charisma and the charismatic?
Do you mean charisma in the generally understood sense of social magnetism, or do you mean in the more philosophical sense of an empowering from on high and a descent of spirit into matter?
we should identify what it is and then deal with it after because we've got
after
a healthy drug called food.
Well, this is rich stuff, and I'm interested to go into it, and I'm very interested we got to a good place, because the real question is about this experience, about how there's something that some people here know what is meant, and some people don't, and it's very hard to be halfway in between, because we're talking about something real. This transcends ideas. It's an experience accessible in the world, and it casts the argument Riane is making in a whole new light, and it casts our relationships to each other in a whole new light. So we will pick up this theme in the afternoon. What time do we begin?
What time would you like to begin? What time is it? We conclude at 5.
We conclude at 5.
Oh, that's already 1. Yeah.
Well, well, let's start 2:30.
2:30, and then we can.
Okay, well, 2:30 then.
But we also need to get to some of the very important questions you raised yesterday in more detail. So we've got quite an agenda.
Can you all hear what I'm saying? And how many of you can see what I'm saying? Before I tell you the story that I came here to tell, I will talk a little bit about the practical side of what we've been discussing in the past couple of days as it impacts on the life of my partner and myself. We're going to talk a lot this morning about plants, and it will be about plants as they were used thousands of years ago and in places far distant from here. But implicit in what I'm saying is very real-world work that we're doing in Hawaii to preserve plants with a history of human and shamanic usage. Because our focus of interest is the Amazon and shamanism, we've concentrated in that area. But throughout the world, there are, as you know well, very fragile ecosystems on the brink of disappearing forever. But even more fragile than these natural ecosystems is the web and legacy of human understanding that has been gathered through the millennia by the native peoples in these areas. And throughout the warm tropics especially, the impact is very great. The young men and women are not apprenticing themselves to the elder shamans. The men go off to work in sawmills, the women become waitresses. They are being sucked into the engine of world capitalism. And in a single generation, this legacy of plant information that reaches back 20, 50,000 years will in large measure be lost. We're seeing this in the Amazon. Much has already been lost. So Kat and I and Richard Evans Schultes of Harvard and Rupert Sheldrake, Ralph Abraham, Ralph Metzner, Frank Barr, a number of people have gathered together and formed a nonprofit foundation whose showcase project is a 19-acre botanical garden in Hawaii that preserves these plants and supports native collectors in Peru and other places so that this botanical material can be preserved with no real plan for it other than its preservation. It is there available to psychotherapists, biochemists, homeopathists, anyone who has a legitimate angle on these things. So I want to mention that to you this morning because we always are soliciting support, not only financial support, but donations of time and equipment. And if you come to the Hawaiian Islands, you could put us into your loop at times when we're there, and we would be happy to show you around. The garden is at about 2,200 feet above sea level with 70 inches of rainfall a year, which at 19 degrees north, which is what it is, approximately duplicates what's going on in the montane rainforest of the equator at about 8,500 feet, which is the so-called cloud forest. So it's a beautiful place. It's a highly charged place because magical plants from throughout the world are growing there. And I mention it to show that we don't entirely live in our heads in these matters. The Big Island. The Big Island of Hawaii. The Big Island is larger than all the other Hawaiian islands combined, and it has fewer people than any other island. It's where, if old Hawaii lingers on at all, it's probably in the desolate districts of the Big Island. Well, so that's enough of that. Now I want to address the concerns that we've been dealing with over the past 2 days. And from my perspective, we sort of designed this weekend with the notion of showcasing Riane's thought, and I think we've done that very well. And for those of you who haven't had a chance to hear her, she very kindly has promised to join me this afternoon. She didn't originally intend that, but we have a very fertile kind of dialogue going among all the people who have been here over the past 2 days. And so we will return to that. To put what I'm going to say this morning in context, I just want to briefly review the basis of her theory. It is quite simply that the absence of patriarchy does not imply matriarchy. The natural and most long-running form of human organization is what Riane has named partnership society. Partnership societies were the norm up until, pick a number, 4,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. In any case, eventually falling with the fall of Minoan Crete to Mycenaean invaders around 1000 BC, and that set us into the era of dominator cultures, which she believes, and I agree with her, is a temporary, I won't say aberration, a temporary, necessary adaptation, but one that we can now move beyond. My Riane's approach is basically to say what happened, that there was partnership society, and then she's very insistent that there was a confluence of factors which caused the shift from the partnership society to the dominator culture. I, being cast more in the fanatical mode, prefer to think that there was one major cause and that its adumbrations can be explicated by the methods of archaeology, good logic, and a little visionary imagining. And so I want to tell you the story this morning. Remember, I said yesterday, the best idea will win. And so we're sort of in a contest in the manner of the great Celtic poetry contests of old, where the person who can dream up the best idea will have the satisfaction of seeing it realized. And if you want to do that kind of total revisioning of the position of human beings in the world, I think you have to take at first a deconstructionist approach and take away everything that impedes the construction of the new point of view. So I want to take away a number of notions and just get rid of them. One notion is that nature is a competition of tooth and claw, and that the swiftest, the fiercest, the meanest will always come out on top. This is just a notion that was attractive to a Victorian gentleman who happened to be in charge of a world-screwing empire at the time. Any modern biologist will tell you that what is being maximized in biological systems is cooperation, integration, mutual reinforcement, and mutual meeting of need. Obviously, if an organism can insinuate itself into the energy loop of another organism, it will have more of its own energy to play with. And this is the strategy that is operating, especially on the microbial level, in the earth, around the roots of plants. You know, there are mycorrhizal relationships, fungi that surround the roots of plants, mediate and buffer the liquids passing into the plants, and in turn have a release of nutrients that supports them. We see symbiosis in all kinds of situations in nature. What has never been really even suggested, let alone researched, is that perhaps the unique qualities that attend our own species are somehow reinforced and stabilized by our own symbiotic relationship. That we are also symbiotes of some consort to other organisms in nature. Now, a symbiotic relationship can be broken apart. The little fish which live in the protection of the tentacles of anemones and thereby draw larger fish in for the anemones to feed upon can live in the absence of the anemone. But when they do, they produce smaller individuals that experience a shorter lifespan, and the population is generally more limited. So when a creature that has evolved a symbiotic relationship is through catastrophe or design separated from the other member of the pair, life goes on, but there is a sense of burden, a sense of moving against the flow, a sense of abandonment. Well, this sense of abandonment being moved against the flow is a very good description of the psychological set we inherit at the beginning of our history. Because as we discussed a little bit yesterday, our history begins with us being tossed out of a garden by Jehovah as narc, because the woman had exercised her right to conscious self-exploration and awareness by eating of the fruit of the tree of life. It suggests to me that it was the relationship with the fruit of the tree of life that made early human beings somehow co-equal with the dragon god who was the keeper of the garden, so that the fall into history is a mythological way of saying that we were separated very early from something very dear to us. It was rent away from us. And inevitably the image that must come into all our minds is the image of a child being separated from its mother. Well, in the present dialogue within the New Age, we've gotten to the point of sharing the notion that we have become separated from the mother, our earth. But it operates at the level of a kind of poetic notion or a reassuring abstraction. I mean, how do we reconnect to our mother, the earth? By talking about it? By how is it done through agriculture, or is that a violation of the mother? How is it to be done? Well, what I'm going to say this morning is sort of a blend of myth, mania, and science, where we take the best from each category and try to weave together an argument that would convince a skeptic. So those of you who have heard me do this before, bear with me. It grows in my mind. I adumbrate detail. It has to be made tighter and tighter and ever more convincing. Because the goal is, if we can change the myths about our origins, we can change the expectation about our future. Because the future, the post-historical future, is somehow going to be a revivifying of the myth of origin. So if we go into it with the wrong myth, we may get in trouble. And I think a patriarchal, egocentric, Apollonian, Solarian myth that would send us sort of as insect robots to the stars in spaceships the size of Manhattan is unbalanced. It needs a certain leavening. Okay, so enough with prologue. Here is the story. The story begins a long time ago, and it has no beginning, because at its inception it's locked in to the geological and geophysical mechanics of the planet. It begins somewhere in the last 4 million years with a slow drying trend across the northern hemisphere of the planet, affecting especially the tropical forests of Africa, which at this time are unbroken from north to south. And over the next 1.5 million years, Africa grows progressively drier, not desert. It was not even desert as recently as Roman times. Pliny describes the Sahara Desert as the breadbasket of Rome. But over 1.5 million years, Africa grew drier, and the great tropical forests were replaced by a lush grassland environment. A grassland environment broken by enormous oases of remnant rainforest. And in this remnant rainforest, the arboreal primates that lie far back on our family tree began to respond to environmental pressure and began to shift from a fruit-eating, almost entirely fruit and insect-eating diet to a more omnivorous diet because of the limitation of protein. They also began to experiment with descending from the trees to hunt small rodents and small animals that were inhabiting the grasslands, which were rich with evolving cereals of different sorts. Now, while all of this was going on, ungulate animals like bison and cattle and buffalo and wildebeest and ibex and antelope, were evolving in great numbers on the African veldt. So this drying trend was creating the savannas of the world. There never before had been savanna land on this planet, but it was coming into being in the interior of Sumatra, across the African veldt, and in parts of India. And this special ecology of ungulate animals was evolving. Now, the primates who had been living in the trees already had a highly evolved pack signaling system. As you know, if you've observed howler monkeys or woolly monkeys in the jungle, they have a language of chirps and squeaks and shouts that is fairly dense, at least in the existential moment. Meaning they're not talking philosophy, but they're tending to business. So, attending this exploration of the surface, this leaving of the trees, was a tendency toward bipedalism, which reinforced the already existent tendency to binocular vision that had evolved in the arboreal environment. So you see, there's a kind of confluence here of factors: bipedalism, omnivorousness, binocular vision, a repertoire of pack signals, a social mode of existence already very old. And into this situation comes the opportunity to evolve in the grasslands into a larger pack hunting group that is now including meat in its diet and that is competing with these animals of the veldt. There was a very interesting conference held a couple of years ago in which very straight paleontologists concluded that the great wave of extinction of the giant mammals that went on about 3 million years ago was actually a human-induced phenomenon. And this is why the woolly mammoth and Dimetrodon and the giant tree sloth and the giant armadillo and these the Irish elk, these huge animals that used to roam the planet no longer exist. The human impact was already happening that far back. Riane's bailiwick seems to be sort of from the invention of agriculture to the atomic bomb. The area that I'm interested in has that embedded in it. I'm interested in sort of the time from the last glaciation to the first starship, whatever that may be. And, okay, to make a long story slightly shorter, the critical factor that enters in when you look at the evolution of human beings is a sudden and unexplained doubling in brain size about 50,000 years ago. Before that time, the human brain had enlarged itself only about 12% in the previous 2.5 million years. But suddenly, 50,000 years ago, the brain size doubled. At the same time, the Neanderthal flowering came to an end and they began to fade. The last Neanderthal skeleton that we have is 20,000 years old. So over a period of 20,000 years, these two species shared the planet. The X factor, the thing which changes everything, is, in my opinion, the fact that these pack-hunting, baboon-like proto-hominoid primates encountered in the process of trailing behind these large mammalian herds that had evolved in the grassland, they encountered the manure of these creatures. And in this manure were the coprophytic psilocybin-containing mushrooms, specifically Stropharia cubensis. And I have observed the habits of baboons in East Africa, and they are creatures of the veldt. They are omnivorous. They scramble around, and every time they come to a cow pie, they flip it over because they're looking for grubs and bugs, which make up a major part of their diet. And they sniff. They're great sniffers and food testers. Well, the mushroom in this kind of environment is an extremely noticeable natural object. I've seen Stropharia cubensis mushrooms the size of dinner plates in Amazonian pasturage, standing on stalks 14 inches high. And the thing has, this pearlescent, phallic, lunar, solar, it's everything. It's the perfect sacramental plant for a partnership society. It is as strong phallic and solar as it is lunar and feminine. It's associated with the moon, and yet it has, this brilliant golden yellow color, and it is yet a thing of the night, and is taken at night to enter into the mysteries of the night mother. So, looking for support for this idea, and I mentioned this earlier, I discovered that in the 1960s, Roland Fisher at the University of Maryland had given psilocybin to graduate students and then given them standard visual acuity tests. And he had discovered that small amounts of psilocybin actually increased the scoring on a standard visual acuity test. And he was a very straight Viennese guy, but he had this Elfman quality. And he said to me, "You see, my little friend, this is as if I needed convincing. This is a case where intoxication on a drug actually gives a truer picture of reality than the absence of the drug." And it was true. It was empirically so. You see better. Well, you don't have to know a lot about evolutionary theory to know that if there is a food or in the food chain of a population of animals that confers increased visual acuity, and this animal is a hunting animal, then those individuals of the species that have this enzyme, alkaloid, steroid, whatever you want to call it, in their diet are going to have a selective adaptive advantage, and that their reproductive strategy will triumph, and so forth and so on. So this was astonishing to me because this is an argument which is very appealing to the straightest kind of evolutionary biologists. And then I began thinking about the ignored role of foods in evolution and the fact that we are omnivorous through what appears to be a series of chance events, which I just discussed. This omnivorous habit lays us open to tremendous numbers of mutagens, stimulants, depressants, quasi-sterilizing agents, spermicides, ovicides, neurological enzymes of all sorts. And so really this is a great untapped area for evolutionary biology to look at. Is it possible that the unexplained extension of adolescence in humans was somehow in effect synergized by steroids in the diet? What about the fact that women have a hidden ovulation, unlike other primates? There are a lot of questions about our sexuality and lactation, menstruation, all of these enzyme-controlled processes that might be very suggestive by studying the effect of steroids, alkaloids, hallucinogens, and whatnot in the proto-human diet. I don't know how many of you know, but the birth control pill is made from Dioscorea, which is yams. Thousands of acres of Mexican land are in these steroid-rich Dioscorean yams from which I forget the names of the pills, is it orthonovum, but whatever they are, it's made. Well, yams, sweet potatoes, are a staple of human populations in the tropics. And yet when you look at them chemically, there's a gradient from food to powerful reproduction affecting drugs. And if primitive populations were not aware of this, or perhaps were aware of it, then they would have been using these effects or being subject to these effects. So this is a rich area, leave alone the subject of the hallucinogens. I mean, you could look at stimulants and neurotoxins and all these other things I named. But of course, my special interest was the hallucinogens, because what I was interested in was the emergence of consciousness and this doubling of brain size. How could it have happened so quickly? Well, the scenario that I'm left with is that once this visual acuity thing was being reinforced in these pack hunting primates, the next level of discovery, and I suppose all these discoveries I'm going to talk about were made almost simultaneously, was that twice the dose that increases visual acuity makes sexual activity extremely interesting, prolonged, variegated, and unusual. And it's fairly clear that these primates, looking at all the other primate species and their social activity and carrying on, I mean, we don't call it monkey business. So here you have this thing impacting so far in two critical areas. Number one, survival. You can see better to hunt your food and flee your enemy. Number two, it's an aphrodisiac and a stimulant. This will have an even more intense driving effect on the reproductive strategy of those individuals that are using it. Quite simply, they have sex more often. So naturally, they have their reproductive gene pool is advanced. But neither of these things, fascinating though they are, is to my mind the major stimulus that put this thing so center stage in calling us out of the monkey body and toward angelhood. Because after all, it's good for monkeys to see better, and monkeys do enjoy sex, but the way in which we differ from monkeys is our free command of mental constructs not present in the immediate environment. In other words, memory. Memory is the key to culture, I think. You have to have memory as a precondition for language, because if you don't have memory, what good is language? You have nothing to say. Memory is the precondition for writing, for all forms of epigenetic coding, etc. So to my mind, what's interesting about these vision-enhancing, sexually stimulating alkaloids in the food chain is their impact on consciousness at yet higher doses. At doses 4 or 5 times that which affects visual acuity, you are suddenly conveyed into the realm of, for want of a better word, we would have to call it the holy, or the tremendum, or the mystery, or the mysterious. And at this point, suddenly, the historical experience of the last 10,000 years falls away and is practically useless. We are no better positioned to understand the thing encountered on high doses of plant hallucinogens than were the people of the late Neolithic. It remains utterly, overwhelmingly incomprehensible. It remains, a living, breathing mystery experienced in the here and now. And so, as Gordon Wasson and others were quick to point out, it becomes the compass for the religious quest. An understanding of that mystery, an abiding in that mystery, becomes then the compass of the historical and prehistorical religious quest of human beings. And in this culture, this comes as news, I guess, because for over 2,000 years, we have been the victims of a dominator culture that left no stone unturned in trying to stamp out and suppress direct access to the logos, which was what these psychedelic sacraments that haunt prehistory were all about. What was happening at Eleusis, what was happening at Delphi, what was happening in the pagan mystery religions of the Proto-Hellenic period was all the technological groping toward an accessing of the mystery. Eden, I believe, was this world of the African grasslands of 12 to 25,000 years ago, when in great pinnacles of wind-cut stone that rose above the desert, a partnership society based on human equilibrium in the gender question, pastoralism in terms of a lifestyle, and access of the goddess through her gift of the mushroom. That was this warfareless, Edenic, paradisical time. And it persisted until fairly recently. It persisted until 4,000 or 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 BC. Then the desertification of the Sahara became really serious. And those people, those Neolithic people, moved east and became the Neolithic pre-dynastic civilization in the Nile Valley, and then still further in the Tigris-Euphrates drainage, the tribal people who by 1,000 years preceded the civilizations that we know so much about, Sumer, Ur, and so forth. And they carried with them a goddess religion that was, I am willing to suggest, was where the central mystery was the mushroom. Now, the psychological dominance of the ego is something that came to be in the wake of these disruptive migrations out of the home range of the lead to a search for all kinds of substitutes, probably the invention of asceticism, and the rise of a priestly class. The shaman, in the absence of the sacrament that is truly living, becomes a theologian and a dogmatist and begins to put in place precepts and prohibitions. And suddenly nature is no longer friendly and supporting. Suddenly nature must be dealt with through a system of taboos and sacrificial efforts to propitiate, this sort of thing. This is indicative of alienation, even though we find it at very primitive levels of society that we might at first brush be willing to embrace as expressions of a pure lifestyle. But I really don't think so. I think that the notion of sacrifice, which has been written about by Freud and Zimmern and all kinds of people, already indicates an uncertainty about our relationship to this other, that previously, we were her children. We were entirely embedded in her rhythms, her needs, her energy flows. And the reason why I think all this is important, other than being an academic argument among primatologists and anthropologists, is because of what I call the archaic revival. The fact that we are trying to grow toward a new model of how to be in the world. And this is not the first time a society has been slammed to the wall. And if you are a student of history, you know that when societies reach great crises points, their reflex is inevitably conservative and to pull back. And the form this pulling back takes when the situation is truly desperate is to look back into the past for a stabilizing model that worked once before. The last time this happened, in a context that we're probably all familiar with, is when the medieval world began to crack to pieces because of those spices that were being brought in from the east. They seem to have a real need to put pepper on their steaks. there may have been more than spices in those Genoan cargo boats. But anyway, at the end of the medieval world, the Christological eschatology began to crack apart. The Jews were turned loose to be bankers. The Italian city-states were turned loose to make money, and towns began to spring up. The lost Platonic corpus was translated into European languages, and a whole new world came into being. And the feeling of alienation and uncertainty and anxiety was assuaged by looking back into the past and saying, we need a model, and the medieval Gothic model won't work. We will become like Rome at its most grandiose. We will become like Greece at its most clear and philosophically brilliant. This is called classicism. It was invented in the 1400s, 2,000 years after Plato taught. Suddenly it was decided in Europe that a Platonic society would be created. And we are the inheritors of that society. We live under Roman law and Greek aesthetics and so forth and so on, because people who were sick of the medieval world decreed that it should be so. And the model worked up until the late 19th century, when the Greek analytical method met the instrumentalities of the Industrial Revolution, and we began to get the new science, or the big science, the science that was not about a country gentleman making notebook scratchings on the warblings of birds and the flow of streams, but where you actually say, my God, we can go for it, we can understand, we can extract the energy from the stars, we can light the fires of heaven in the deserts of our planet. This whole Faustian kind of science, where suddenly it isn't about understanding, it's about power, and about calling this power down upon your enemy. So we are now 8 decades in to this era of mastery of energy and tremendous Faustian power, and we need a new model. And I think that the new model is such a huge form emerging onto the historical stage that we shouldn't be deluded that it's something which has come about since the early 70s, or that it was invented in the 60s. It reaches at least back to the late 19th century. I mean, people like Alfred Jarry and René Clair and Marcel Duchamp and these people, they were enunciating long before Freud and Jung the presence of the unconscious as a frontier into which the locomotive of Marxist history looked like it was headed with no return ticket in sight. And that's actually what happened. In the dreams of 19th century rationalism, the utopian schemes of Bellamy and Marx and all these people ran smack into the world of the unconscious, the world of the shaman, the world of the psychedelic experience, of modern art, of sexual liberation, of the stream of consciousness novel, cubism, futurism, spaceflight, all of these things. And these are, well, it's interesting to see, for instance, how modernism was invented by Picasso in some tellings of the story, but he couldn't do it until he had studied all these primitive masks from the coast of West Africa. And this was what everybody who was anybody in Paris in 1915 was decorating their apartments with, were these images of the primitive. So we are, I think, returning to the archaic mode. That's at least what is the shining hope. And what opposes it is the momentum of historical society, which is linear and cares to extend itself centuries into the future, male-dominated, technocratic, object-worshipping, and superficial in the most unsuperficial sense of the word. I mean, we have raised banality to an archetype. Hannah Arendt wrote a book called The Banality of Evil. Well, I agree with the conclusions of the book, but if evil is banal, what is not? This is a kind of pulling of energy out of the felt moment. So, Marshall McLuhan saw it, Tim Leary saw it, Bucky saw it, probably everybody and their dog saw it coming. What is happening is a kind of meltdown of print-created values and a kind of release into a new cultural space. But it's a cultural space that is new only to us. It is easily recognized as the cultural space in which shamans of great ability and courage have been operating for the past 50,000 years. They can show us the way. We can find our own way by following their example. The big news is that orthogonal, that means at right angles to, orthogonal to the entire historical process is another. We are called to higher things and are passing through a series of bootstrapping self-transitions that are synergized by the psychedelic plants in our environment and whose end state is anticipated in each of us as a microcosm when we surrender our egos and submerge ourselves in the great raging mystery of being that is all around us, all the time, everywhere. Oh. Wait, let me try and see somebody. I can't remember, but you were Ernest. Yes.
Earlier, during work with ayahuasca practice, I guess therapeutically, a lot of
detail.
Who are they? How would I go about it?
Okay, the question is that I mentioned that there is therapeutic work going on with ayahuasca. It's very much underground and hush-hush because the legal status of these things has never been defined. Let me make that clear. They should be, but ayahuasca is neither illegal nor legal. There has never been a case involving it in the United States, so it's in a kind of limbo, and we should all be discreet about it and let these therapists do their work. Eventually, of course, it will be defined. If you're interested in more information about that kind of thing, why, write me. But I will say about it that there's no preconception here of a psychoanalytical theory. What I really respect in these therapists is that they are doing it as closely to the way that it's done in the Amazon as they can. And really, often in the Amazon, the brew is watered, or they pull punches on the dosage because they don't want crazy gringos running amok and blowing their minds. So the search for ayahuasca can be pursued perhaps now in North America with the even greater hope of success than in South America. But we always have to be referenced back to the shamanic forms because that's the only guidance we have. I mean, they may not know everything about it, but they do have 1,000 or more years of tradition that can be our guide. Now, when you actually deal with these ayahuasqueros, you discover they're not like priests. They are not dogmatic. They're open to experimentation too, and you can suggest things, and they know the chemicals lie behind this. They're not naive, but they also know that the spirit lies within it. They are also not naive in the way that we are naive. So it's a tremendously fertile partnership to deal with these shamans. They will share their knowledge, and we need not come to them as inferiors or uninitiated people. What they really respect are peers. And this is what everybody really respects. This is why I think that the guru-chela relationship is so damaging. Because in the first place, nobody knows enough to be a guru, and nobody knows so little that they should define themselves as a follower. It just doesn't work that way. Back up to you.
About political agenda, and I'm wondering if that means for you trying to work within the system as it now exists, whether there's any effort to legalize psychiatric leadership of psychoactive substances
Well, my political agenda is much more modest than that. I am just interested in keeping the dialogue going, meeting with groups of people like this, and knowing, because we have the support of institutions like OPI, that we can meet and discuss this. There does seem to be, apparently, this drug issue is going to be a big deal and lies directly in front of us. And what we're being asked to decide in this presidential election upcoming is, do we want to go full steam ahead into total fascism in order to solve the drug problem? Or are we willing to think of, God forbid, legalizing some of these things and ceasing to beat upon each other because of the issue of drugs? I think that the whole thing which is holding back legalization is the Judeo-Christian uncomfortableness with the notion that somebody might have fun in a way that you disapprove of. Because drugs like heroin and cocaine are certainly a social scourge. But on the other hand, so is Valium and alcohol. And to hold your nose at one and condone the other is just total cultural schizophrenia. So I think what we need to do, and this may be coming out of necessity, is entirely disconnect the drug issue from morality. The notion that people who do certain drugs are bad and people who do or do not do certain other drugs are good is infantile and preposterous. What needs to be done, I think, is to, first of all, legalize all plants. That's very simple. Legalize all plants. Okay, then what are we going to do about these synthetic, addictive, hard drugs like heroin, cocaine, alcohol, so forth? They should be decriminalized. And if we're going to sell alcohol in this society, if we're going to peddle Valium, then we should sell all the rest and tax them very highly. And if there's a price to pay in addiction as we go through the process of educating people, the taxes from these substances will be used to pay for that education and those addiction centers. Because the cost in destroyed lives and ruined societies will be far less. Far less. Coca was no problem in South America for centuries. Now the coca trade is just screwing up everything. I cannot go to my favorite areas of the Amazon and botanize because missionaries who grow cocaine have given orders to their Indian slaves to shoot anybody who comes into those areas. This is a totally culturally corrupting force, and it is money, not drugs, money that is corrupting it. And the major problem is, as I said a couple of days ago, the addiction on the part of governments and intelligence agencies to funny money. That's what's going on. The whole Vietnam War was a front for a junk running scheme. A junk running scheme which made a huge amount of money for a lot of creeps, which destroyed the political will of the ghettos to seek social justice in America. That all just fizzled out. They killed Martin Luther King and everybody else, and then flooded the ghetto with junk. The cocaine thing is a direct replay. Ronald Reagan is tiptoeing around whether or not he should be friends with Mikhail Gorbachev, when look who he is friends with. The utter scum of the earth, the most outrageous ragtag band of fascist gangsters you've ever seen. The real subhuman filth. They call them authoritarian regimes. And make a distinction between them and communism and say, well, these authoritarian regimes, at least they're not communists. Well, I'm telling you, it's just a scam to addict a whole bunch of people to drugs and then get the money to support wars in isolated and forgotten parts of the world. So, and very noticeable in my own area was, for years we couldn't get hashish in the Bay Area, or when somebody had it, it was a crumb. And suddenly, about 7 years ago, there was all the hashish you wanted, and people were quoting prices on tons and then megatons. Well, this doesn't mean some hippies broke through. This means, you know what it means? It means that the Mujahideen needed money to support a war of national liberation against the Soviet occupation, and they had no hard currency. All they had was hash, and so the hash ships were allowed to unload the megatons of hash, and the money was turned into weapons. The weapons buyers, the weapons dealers from Israel and South Africa and the United States cashed in and made fortunes. And perhaps it was a just war in Afghanistan. I love hash. I'm not knocking that, but I'm pointing out that that was their way of supporting the Mujahideen, was to just institute this smuggling thing. And this has been done again and again, and they make no distinction between a harmless drug like hashish and truly horrible drugs such as heroin. I mean, heroin is really, I think, a dubious drug. I think I talked to a pretty white, squeaky clean kind of middle-class yuppie crowd, but I've known junkies, lots of junkies, and it would stand your hair on end. And here's a drug which turns human beings into cockroaches, literally before your very eyes. And, you don't need that. It's insectoid, programmed, unexamined, machine-like behavior raised to a degree that's just horrifying. So, for us, as a psychedelic community, we're going to have to mind our P's and Q's, because the issue isn't about us. The government isn't trying to get rid of drugs because it doesn't want people jumping out of buildings. It doesn't want people making mega fortunes that it's not getting any tax revenue out of. So psychedelics have never been big money makers. Nobody is getting rich off psychedelic drugs that I know of. I mean, maybe a few people are having modest lives lived in fear that at any moment a man will kick down the front door and drag them away in front of their wife and child. But nobody is getting rich on psychedelic drugs. That's all going on in another domain. So, our problem is a more serious problem. It's that the psychedelics are deconditioning agents. This is the real, I don't want to use the Dominator metaphor, but the real knife poised at the heart of the establishment is the deconditioning potential of psychedelics. That's what made the 1960s such a tumultuous thing. The CIA didn't care that people were selling acid. They cared that LSD was changing people's minds. And so the reason I keep speaking and keep talking and hope that you all will keep thinking and speaking and talking is because we have to build a community that understands itself, that understands its members, that understands where we stand, because eventually the psychedelics will have to be dealt with, as all these other drug issues will have to be dealt with. So now for us is a period of getting to know each other, recognizing who we are, empowering ourselves, getting our rap straight, knowing where we stand on these various issues that will be thrown at us, and then speaking and being exemplars. I mean, I wish that the people who are so concerned to ban drugs could see this group of people. I mean, I think we're quite presentable. I think we're making a contribution to society. I think we are good citizens, were it not for this one issue, which then makes us, of course, a hated outlaw minority. But, and I invite each of you to look around you at the people near you and realize this is your affinity group. These are the people who can help you And these are the people who can really blow it for all the rest of it. So partnership for us is no abstraction. It's, as Ben Franklin said, if we don't hang together, we'll all hang separately. This man in the blue. Yes.
I wasn't here the other day. You may have covered it. When you take the substance in a silent, dark place, I wanted you to go into it a little further from that point on. When I took acid years and years ago, I had wonderful trips, and the people I heard that there were people around me jumping buildings, trying to fly. Could you get into the process of how you deal with anything that might be uncomfortable, or
I mean, what actually happens?
Yeah, I mean, from your experience.
Well, the model is basically the same for all of these things. You fast for 6 hours until you have an empty stomach. It isn't really even fasting; it's simply emptying your stomach. And then you take it in silent darkness. I always smoke cannabis. If that's not your thing, you should have some other means of slightly steering the situation. It can be singing. It can be a meditation. Whatever it is, that you need to have a small oar that you can dip into the psychic water if you need to shift the tone of things a little bit. Then I don't do anything the first hour. I just sit there and worry, basically, about what is about to happen. And it's I don't know whether it's harder for me, but what I always think about is my public image, because I say, okay, you're Mr. Big Shot, you're Mr. Psychedelic, and now it's coming at you, and you're always telling everybody how they should do it, and how the boar ate the cabbage, and how it's this and it's that, but you know that you don't know jack shit. And you also know that now it's just between you, me, and it, and it's coming at me. And so I think about all of this, and then hopefully I get it squared away. Usually it just comes down to, well, it's too late. And thank God nobody is here to see whatever is about to happen. And then I just sit, and it comes in a wave. It comes in waves. Sometimes it's gentle. If it's going to be a moderate trip, the waves will begin just like incoming surf. But sometimes you realize, you see it coming at you, and you realize that it's 1,000 miles wide and 10 miles high, and there's nowhere to run. And it's just like the rolling shockwave of an atomic blast, and you just lay down and hope. And many, many times on these psychedelic trips, I find clarity and courage, empowering it in each other, giving permission for it in ourselves, and looking toward a future that is endlessly bright with the possibility of human transformation. It is in our hands. That's not a metaphor. It is literally going to belong to those people who most earnestly and courageously define the limits of what is possible for the human mind and body and community. So you are that, and I salute you, and I thank you, and I hope to see you all soon somewhere else. Good luck.
This is KPFK Los Angeles. We have been listening to Terence McKenna, and with him, Riane Eisler, the author of The Chalice and the Blade. in a June 1988 seminar at the Ojai Foundation in Ojai. If you didn't hear the whole thing, which we've just concluded, it's on 5 cassettes, and you can get the 5 cassettes for $40 from the Wild store at the Ojai Foundation. Again, the seminar is entitled Man and Woman at the End of History, with Terence McKenna and Riane Eisler. And that's available from the Wild store, box 1620.
Multicolored, highly polished, contorting, filled with intent, never previously seen, and profoundly other. And yet, isn't it interesting? This is the commonest of all the hallucinogens in nature. This is the one that is most like what is happening in the metabolism of the ordinary human brain. So, to me, DMT is a very interesting and profound kind of thing because it's like a super convincer. This is for people who think that people who talk about the power of psychedelics are soft-headed. You know, you can invite any critic to invest 5 minutes in informing themselves concerning the facts of the matter. I mean, they may have an excuse for why they can't spend 9 hours with you, but 5 minutes?
DMT different from the effect of 5-MeO DMT.
Well, whenever you ask someone a question like this, what you're going to hear is a subjective answer. The question was, how does 5-MeO, 5-methoxy-DMT, differ from DMT? I've seen people using 5-MeO DMT therapeutically go through what must have been extremely profound inner dynamical fluxes. My own experience with 5-MeO is it's exactly like DMT except that you don't hallucinate, which is like saying it was exactly like an Italian dinner except there was no Italian dinner. So what you have with 5-MeO DMT is you have this enormous emotion, this, I think it's called boundary dissolution. All boundaries dissolve, and there is this enormous emotion of relief, of acceptance, of melting into some kind of unspeakable unitary state. But that's all. It may be enough. Except that if you're braced for the onslaught of a tidal wave of alien hallucinations, you may be sort of, what? Because this large emotion comes and goes. It blows through you like a wind. I am interested in 5-MeO. There's a fact, and since it's a fact, I think I should share it with you, that you should know about 5-MeO, which is when you give it to sheep, they drop dead. And, so I guess the moral of that is, if you're a sheep, you better not do this.
Are we sheep or are we men?
Are we sheep or are we men? But, staggers is the thing that sheep ranchers have to be aware of because they come upon their sheep with their little cloven hooves in the air trembling. Well, that's from eating Phalaris arundinacea, which is a range grass that contains 5-MeO DMT. And these tryptamines are highly psycho and physiologically active. It's thought that it's tryptamines that control heart rate, not psychoactive tryptamines, but an entire other family of tryptamines that are being secreted in the neurospinal fluid. So there's a lot about this that isn't understood, and work goes forward, but not on the psychedelic tryptamines. That is, of course, a no-no. One of my gripes that I don't know if I got around to in this weekend is the fact that science prides itself on its open-minded impartiality, and yet psychedelic research is utterly forbidden. You can research any horrible thing you want, how much ethylxylene it takes to create tumors in rats and all this horrible stuff. But there's no human research being done by or on human beings on this planet to speak of, because it's professionally the kiss of death to become involved with this. To my mind, this is like possessing the telescope and refusing to reform astronomy. You know, I mean, we come upon these things, they are gifts of knowledge, and we need to integrate them into our growing paradigm, or else our paradigm will become just another story. Back here, yes.
Doesn't the CIA have extensive data on surgic acid?
The question is, does the CIA have extensive data on the surgic acid? Well, they had a program in the 50s and 60s called MK Ultra. They amassed vast amounts of detail and data on these compounds, but we don't really know what they concluded. I think that the psychedelics are surprisingly slippery in the hands of the managers of Dominator institutions. You know, when they first had LSD, they thought, oh, this is a truth serum. We'll give this to our agents so that they can extract information from people they meet in foreign locations. Well, then 6 months of that theory, they changed their mind and said, no, what it is it's the antidote to a truth serum. Give this to somebody and they can't tell you what they know. So we'll make all our agents take it when they're captured so nobody can get information from them. And then they decided, you know, that it was neither, and it was a this, and it was a that. I have asked this question because I'm concerned about it, of the voice in the mushroom. The question being, what if these things fall into the hands of people who are not well intended? And I can only tell you what the mushroom said. It's not entirely satisfying to me as a paranoid rationalist. But what it said was, this is not your concern. These things are of the good. And the light cannot be corrupted by the darkness. The darkness passes right through it. It's as though it didn't even exist. And I think there's truth to that. People are always asking me, why is it that I'm not dragged away kicking and screaming? It's because it's utterly unimportant what I'm doing from the point of view of anybody in any position of authority. We are all labeled flakes. We are all seriously deluded people. But as long as we remain less than 5% of the total population, there's no problem. You know, I mean, democracy is very tolerant. It tolerates all kinds of cults, belief systems, sexual orientations, and so forth. As long as we don't threaten the power structure in ways that it can recognize. That's the truth. As long as we don't threaten the power structure in ways that it can recognize, I don't think there's any problem. And I ask you not to worry. Yes.
Here at that peyote, I don't really understand what
to talk about peyote a little bit. Well, I mean, this is big. Pardon me? You mean, what are they doing?
What is it all about?
Well, wherever there's hallucinogenic plant use in a traditional culture, there's shamanism. The shamanism of the American Southwest is a complicated study. It's not clear how old the use of peyote is. We might like, without examining the facts, to think that it's millennia old, but the evidence seems to be that thousands of years ago, the hallucinogen or the empathogen of choice was Sepphoris secundifolia, which comes closer to being an ordeal poison. If you're not familiar with the concept of an ordeal poison, there are traditional groups of people in the world whose path of transformation leads them not through hallucinogens, but through plants that you take them and you think you're going to die. And you have all the convincing symptoms of the immediate onset of death. And then you don't die. And you're so damn relieved that you straighten out your life and behave like a decent person. And so this is the ordeal poison approach, and it's very highly evolved in Madagascar and Malaysia and places like that. Sephora secundifolia was a kind of ordeal poison, and apparently in the last 1,000 years, which isn't that long, it has been replaced by peyote, probably coming out of the Tarahumara, who carried it then to the Plains Indians generally. If you're interested in this, a major landmark in ethnobotanical publishing in the last 2 months was the publication of Omar Stewart, who's an old botanist, very well thought of guy. Omar Stewart's life work, The Peyote Religion, has just been published by the University of Oklahoma Press. Beautiful book. I urge you to take a look at it.
What?
It's called The Peyote Religion by Omar Stewart. Yes.
I'm interested in, I remember the experience of having this very deep insight and then coming back into my life and feeling like this veil sort of descended upon me and having trouble integrating those awarenesses into my life. And I'm wondering how you talk about that or approach that in your current work into psychedelics.
So the question, as I understand it, is how do you hang on to what you learned in these peak experiences? What?
Or give it up gracefully.
Well, or give it up gracefully, although I'm more in sympathy with the questioner. I've always thought of the psychedelic experience as like ocean fishing from a boat. And the idea is to let down your net and to bring up something useful. And the nights spent on the empty ocean are beautiful, but if you return with empty nets, then what have you done for your tribe? But on the other hand, sometimes you let down your nets and something the size of a freight train goes and you best just row for shore. But there are the intermediate catch. And I think that this question that you ask is very important. And I don't really have an answer. I have techniques. But the goal is always to bring back as much as possible, because at the peak of, say, a 6 or 7 gram mushroom trip, you cannot believe what you're seeing, and you cannot, even in the act of beholding it, you cannot imagine what you're seeing. I mean, and finally it actually goes off the scale, and you say, all veils have been ripped away, all truths revealed, this is it, you wanted it, you've got it. But then, you have to work your way down from that summit over hours and bring back snapshots of it. And the only thing I can say is it's a matter of repetition and persistence and using every trick you can think of, including voice-operated tape recorders, note-taking, and when I really have what I think is a slam-bang insight, I repeat it to myself like every 20 minutes for the next few hours as I navigate through successively diminished states of higher consciousness until finally I emerge and I still have understood the mystery of why my little finger exactly fits my nostril, or whatever. In the back. Scream. What is it? Well, I'm not. Oh, it's a drug. Well, hush my mouth. To be public humiliated. How many times in my life will this happen before I finally shuffle off the stage? To see me. Okay, got it. Well, first of all, to your question about ayahuasca, which requires some explanation to some of the other people here, ayahuasca is a fascinating, combinatory, hallucinogenic substance that is made in the Amazon over a very wide area. And what it is it's the monoamine oxidase inhibiting harmine from a very large woody vine combined with the DMT that occurs in Psychotria viridis. So it's interesting immediately because it's a combinatory shamanic hallucinogen. There are very few of these in the world. Notice that with peyote, datura, mushrooms, iboga, morning glory seeds, it's one plant and the process is to eat it. But with ayahuasca, it's two plants. And the first thing is they must be correctly combined and cooked in certain proportions by a person of good heart and clear intent. So unlike any of these other things, they bear very intimately upon themselves the stamp of the human being who created them. And it's a very intense experience because it not only is a full-fledged visionary hallucinogen, but it's also a strong purgative and emetic, so that you are being clean from stem to stem while you are watching these visions roll by. And it's taken in the upper Amazon in a ritual setting on a weekly basis among the mestizo populations there. And when made right, is extremely powerful, lovely experience. It's interesting to contrast it with the mushrooms because the mushrooms have this eerie, we came from outer space kind of global science fiction overview. Ayahuasca is entirely of the mother. It is grounding. It is of the earth, the flowing rivers, the dark banks, the jungle, the people, the small malokas. It just carries you out into the world of the earth and the people upon it. But the hallucinations can build so that they have a quality of intensity and concreteness so that you would swear that you had smoked DMT. It's just that it took you 3 or 4 hours of careful manipulation of breath and attention to reach where DMT puts you, whether you want it or not, in about 30 seconds. But this is perhaps a better way to go at it. I'm very interested in ayahuasca and how it has formed culture and civilization in the Amazon. And it's unusual that you ask the question even because so few people have heard of it. But it is beginning to be used in psychotherapy in this country in a ritual context, very discreetly. And I think it holds out great promise. The reports coming out of these small groups of people who take it reverently and ritually are of tremendous healings and reorientations of neurotic personality structures and that sort of thing, which is exactly how it works in the context of the Amazonian situation. Over here. By the revelations of Philip K. Dick, do you mean the incidents that happened to him and that spawned books like Valus and the Divine Invention? Well, I won't spend too much time on this because I don't know how many people know who Philip K. Dick is. I think it was Robert Anton Wilson who coined the term chapel perilous. This is when something happens in your life and it all begins to fit together and make sense too much sense because it's coming from the exterior, and it seems to either mean that you're losing your mind or you are somehow the central focus of a universal conspiracy that is leading you towards some unimaginable breakthrough. I don't know what that's about. I've experienced it. Maybe anyone who leads a long and eccentric life has these periods where they seem to have caught the wave and are being carried toward unimaginable revelations and situations quite beyond their will. This is what happened to Dick, and the explanation for these kinds of things would lead us quite far afield. I would just say briefly and bravely that I think vortexes of connectedness seem to haunt time like ghosts, and they're not material objects, so they're too subtle for science to pick up. There's something known to shamans, poets, gamblers, people like that, and these vortices of coincidence and connectedness can work either for or against us. And if you don't have a model that contains the possibility of these things, then when they come upon you, you will become highly agitated and think you're losing your mind or you're being contacted by aliens or something like that. I call it, and I don't think I'm the first, but I call it the cosmic giggle. And, it comes after you sometime. And you just have to be ready. I call it, and I don't think I'm the first, but I call it the cosmic giggle. And, it comes after you sometime. And you just have to be able to wrestle with that particular angel when it turns up on your doorstep. Yes, this lady.
And you can see people that might be able to have these kinds of experiences, type of way to explain, as well as enlightened kinds of experiences without drugs. And the second part of my question is it possible to have you run into anyone who's so sensitive to substances, feeding, hallucinogenic substances, or just plain food, or substances that they can't tolerate or would be way over the mark if they were to take?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, you meet people who are extremely delicately poised, and there are people who, consciousness can be just synergized into all kinds of tizzies by things other than these overt hallucinogens. I am somewhat thankful that I'm cut from more lumpen stock because I wouldn't know what to do with myself if I began to have a hallucinogenic experience not in the presence of a hallucinogen. The states of mind that I'm interested in that come out of these shamanic plants are so radically different from ordinary states of consciousness that I wouldn't care to access them except through the technology of the plants. And I often get asked this question, are there other ways to do it? Certainly claims abound, and you meet people who say, I don't need drugs. I'm seeing little dancing mice when I close my eyes. Congratulations. But I've never been entirely convinced. It's really hard to convince yourself that we're all talking about the same thing. That's why I perhaps rattle on more than I should. I've had the unsettling experience of, and I won't use any names, but meeting someone who had done research on psychedelics for 20 years, had given it to over 500 people, who had taken it over 150 times. And I said, we discussed the possibility that they were professionals, so they had always had off-the-shelf chemicals. And I said, well, you should try fresh mushrooms and see if you think there's a difference. And hated the 1960s in large measure with their rhetoric about psychedelic drugs. So I had no idea. And so we have to keep leaning on each other. We have to keep comparing notes and make sure we're talking about the same thing. We're not talking about, on the way to the mystery, along the way to the mystery lie the realms of loving everybody, moving fields of geometric color, past lives, you name it. But these are just milestones on the way. When you finally get to the thing, the way you will know that you've arrived is that you will be struck dumb with wonder. That you will say, my God, this is impossible. This is inherently impossible. This is what impossible was invented to talk about. This cannot be. And it's then we're in the ballpark. Then we're in the presence of the true coincidentia oppositorum. There are all kinds of drugs and techniques and hot water and massage and this and that and vitamin therapy that moves you all over the map, makes you feel all kinds of different ways. And, you see people experience all kinds of personal breakthroughs under massage and rebirthing and all these things. But I don't think that's what we're talking about. I think we're talking about something profoundly other, that it is very hard to get this thing out into the mainstream because literally words fail us. It is a translinguistic object. It is if a flying saucer were to land in Central Park tomorrow, it would be not as mysterious and challenging to our conception of ourselves as this psychological state is, which lies at the center of all this shamanic dancing around and probing. There is something profoundly bizarre, accessible to us here and now. And it's a complete puzzle to me why there is so little talk about it. We live in a society completely obsessed with sensation. People shoot cocaine, jump out of airplanes, go on tiny rafts across the Pacific, cross the North Pole on a roller skate, whatever it is. And yet, it's all in the name of adventure. Well, by God, if you want adventure, there's adventure out there. There's adventure that will sink you to your knees with tears of joy streaming down your face. It isn't far away. It isn't for people you never heard of or universities, so you don't need a lot of funding. You don't have to be a professional. All of this stuff. Everybody talks about the mystery within and how it's all right here, but I don't think people realize how literal all this stuff is. The world is not only stranger than we suppose, it's stranger than we can suppose. The weirdest, wildest, most bizarre, unearthly thing you can imagine in your most demented state of fantasy falls far short of the beginnings of the truth. I don't know. Sure. Speak up.
The question is, how do you do it right? And you talk about shelf life. I've talked to people recently. I said, have you taken 5 grams of mushroom? Yeah, I walked around a dead show and saw cartoons. No one has said yes, except for one person. Yes, so I saw voices. Right? Yes, I saw an alien landscape.
Well, I think the way to do it right, and it's a self-serving advice, but nevertheless, if not me, who? Is to grow it, to grow your sacrament. Because then a whole bunch of imponderables are removed. The bad karma of dealing with some form of criminal syndicalism, the uncertainty of not knowing what it is you actually have on your hands, how old it is, what conditions of care and attention it was created under, plus the discipline, and now I'm speaking of mushrooms, which is what I know very well, the discipline of growing mushrooms will itself prepare you to take them. If you can grow them, you need be a lot less concerned about whether or not you can take them than the person who simply buys them and takes them. Because to grow them, you must be clean, conscientious, punctual, attentive, self-disciplined, cheerful, able to face adversity, willing to take chances, full of courage. These are qualities necessary to grow the mushroom. And of course, never leave home. Sedentary, hermit life, in love with isolation, perfectly content. So if you're all those things, and you will not succeed in growing mushrooms unless you are, well, then you've already passed through a great initiation. And anyway, the living world, the satisfaction of working this alchemy, I call it the changing of rye into mold. And cynical souls have suggested, yes, and from mold into gold. But I wouldn't advocate that step. What you don't use, you can give to your friends. But the growing is a real partnership. You will be amazed at the productivity of this organism. I mean, what a workhorse. You give it 112 grams of rye in a jar, and it will produce close to 45 dried grams of mushrooms. That's a conversion rate of close to 30%. That's an unheard of level of efficiency in a biological process. This stuff loves to work for human beings. And it's a tremendous insight into natural processes if you're alienated from all that. And people say, oh, well, it's terribly technical and this and that. It isn't technical. It's no more technical than canning jam. It's about at that level. It involves hot water, pressure cookers, gas heat, standing around, that kind of thing. But it is, it's the reenactment. It's a real shamanic empowering. It's a calling forth of the ally before your eyes, and then you see it, and then you have it, and then you're beholden to no one. Plus, you've empowered yourself by learning that you could do this thing. Someone who has it over here.
Well, that was actually the question I wanted to ask more or less. Sort of, are there other ways, not growing it yourself, that you can properly prepare yourself for it? I mean, I gather shamanistic cultures, they have a long experience of proper preparation for it.
Well, that was the question, how do you obtain it in good karma? You're asking the question, how do you take it in good karma? The advice is pretty straightforward and simple. First of all, obviously, you have to have an intent to use it properly for spiritual growth and self-exploration. I think that goes without saying in talking to a group like this. But then the practical and operational question is, how do you do it? Well, here's how you do it. You take it on an empty stomach, in silent darkness, in a place where you are comfortable. Now, people don't like this advice. It's very simple advice. And the number of people who will come to me and say, I remember what you said, but I took it at 9 o'clock in the morning and I wanted to listen to Mozart, and there were people moving around in the house. Forget Mozart. Mozart is great without the adjunct of these things. Mozart can stand on his own. My notion of what you're trying to do when you take one of these things is you want to see the quintessence of what it is. You want to see what it is. So put darkness behind it so that everything you see is only it. Put silence behind it so that everything you hear is only it. And then pay attention and sit still. And that's all there is to it. Sit and watch the back of your closed eyelids with the expectation of seeing something. I mean, you've all meditated. well, God, that's the most boring thing on earth. This is exactly like that. This is exactly like meditation, except instead of that dark ochre background that settles in with the little phosphenes floating by, instead of that is a Niagara of transcendental imagery. So I would say that meditation is a great model for it. Sit down, shut up, breathe deeply, and look with attention at the back of your closed eyelids. And I guarantee you, it will come. It will manifest. I don't know, I feel like everybody should get a chance. Bertha, you haven't asked a question.
On your ayahuasca trip, have you seen any of the archetypes that Father Velasquez has described?
Yes, good question. One of the mystique of ayahuasca is that there are certain very tightly defined motifs that occur in it. And these are being swallowed by an enormous serpent, and then somewhat unpredictably, since it's a South American drug, the presence of black people and the jaguar motif. Those three. The serpent, the jaguar, and the black person. And the answer is yes, very strongly. Not only myself, but other people. This is really interesting to me because I'm interested in, where are these images? That's what I've always asked. That's why I'm so interested in the hallucinations. You see, you'll hear spiritual teachers say, well, hallucination is a distraction and that's all lower bardo stuff and you quickly get past hallucination. Not me. I'm fascinated by hallucination because I want to know where it's coming from. How can it be that in sitting in silent darkness by myself for a half an hour, I can see more art than the human race has produced in 15,000 years? That's not trivial. You can't dismiss that as an impediment to spiritual progress. That's a mystery and a miracle. Where are these images coming from? If they're coming from us, why don't we recognize them? Why is the main quality about them something which astonishes? Where we say, I could never have thought of that. And yet, you're seeing it. It's filling your head. And so I wonder about the images in ayahuasca. Are they in our bones and our genes? Or is it a morphogenetic field of the local area? Where do these things come from? Naranjo, Bertha referred to him in her question, did experiments with urban Chileans who had never been to the jungle. They also got jaguars, black people, and giant serpents. And I've taken ayahuasca in Northern California, and the blackness is the most puzzling to me because the jaguar and the serpent, these are power animals, but why blackness? And not blackness as honkies imagine it. I'm convinced it's blackness as black people experience it. I mean, it's this wonderful, it's very alien to an Irish lad like myself. I mean, it's like going to the Apollo. Is what it's like. It's like being at the Apollo. It's this tremendously warm, open, funny, smart, savvy thing. Well, why? Why should it be there, embedded in that experience over and over again? I don't know. Why should the experience of the alien be embedded in the psilocybin experience? The sense of this thing which can communicate, but which is not human and from another whole order of nature and with an entirely different conception of time and destiny and history. Who are these? What are these channels out there? It's a very interesting question. To me, it implies what I talked about this morning, the existence of another dimension, a dimension so vast that it will completely dissolve the concerns of industrial, male-dominated scientific civilization. We've gone as far as we can with that. And we're coming back now to really facing the mystery with the things we learned on the peregrination through history. And we're better equipped than ever before to understand these things. But nevertheless, as the thing begins to lift the veils, you realize that it is still as mysterious as it ever was. Here.
Could, in the 60s, MDA was thought to maybe help enhance community. Can any of these drugs that you're talking about be used as a tool to help accelerate the partnership spirit in family and community and people in larger groups?
Good question. Do these natural hallucinogens, can they be used to facilitate the formation of partnerships and partnership societies? Well, the answer is certainly. Ayahuasca is a good case in point. The way ayahuasca is used in the Amazon among the very traditional off-river tribes is it's used to create states of group-mindedness among the elders of the tribe to make social decisions for the group. In other words, before when ayahuasca was first encountered, the chemical in it was named telepathy. This is what these European chemists named it. Later, it was discovered that it was the same compound as had already been isolated from the giant Syrian rue called harmine. So the rules of nomenclature meant that harmine would be preferred over telepathy. But these states of group-mindedness are very, very real, and they occur on psilocybin, in my experience as well. I didn't talk about it too much this morning in my anthropological wrap, but you can imagine the power that a kind of group telepathy would have in ensuring the survival and cohesion of a primitive group experiencing great pressure from the environment. So, in a sense, that's what these things may be good for. It's possible to suggest that our ability to use language was something originally synergized out of our animal organization by environmental pressures in the presence of hallucinogens. There is something about communication, and I think this leads me to a favorite subject of mine. I think that the ways in which we communicate with each other are still evolving and still can gain energy from being explored with psychedelic compounds. Some of you, I'm sure, know my notion about what I call visible language. And I referred to it this morning when I said how many could see what I was saying. Visible language is the notion that language need not be something heard through the ears. Language sufficiently empowered might be beheld with the eyes. This is what great poets are able to do, and great singers of song and tellers of stories. They're able to use language so creatively that without noticing that anything has happened to you, the listener, you begin to see what is intended rather than to hear it. And I take this very seriously because on psilocybin I have actually both beheld the intent of other people and also been able to cause them to behold my intent. It's what Philo Judaeus called the more perfect logos. He said the more perfect logos is a logos which goes from being heard by the ear to being seen by the eyes without ever crossing over a quantized moment of transition. So imagine how much, we always think that telepathy would be a situation in which I would think something and you would hear what I was thinking. But what if telepathy were that I would say something and we both would see what I mean and could just walk around and look at it. And I think we unconsciously anticipate this in the ways in which we talk about communication, because we say, she spoke very clearly. I see what you mean. He painted a picture for us. In other words, we always reach into the domain of the visual metaphor when we wish to indicate a higher order of clarity in speech. And I think from taking ayahuasca in the Amazon with these shamans, that what we take to be beautiful shamanic songs are for the people who are intoxicated on the hallucinogen, not songs at all, but works of visual art that are seen, that are looked at. We, again, the visual metaphor, we talk about a tapestry of sound. These really are, these icaros, these magical songs, they really are tapestries of sound. And when you use psilocybin, you can experiment with your own voice and discover that a certain sound is actually the color violet. And another sound is, chartreuse shading into lemon yellow. I mean, in a way, I'm trivializing it because it's much more complex than this. But what you discover is that sound can be seen and that thought can be beheld. I think our brain, the evolution of our brain chemistry hovers just under the threshold of this thing becoming explicit. And it's a hard thing to talk about, obviously, because we're talking about speech and communication intent itself. But again, by looking back into the past, we can obtain an image which maybe helps us. How did language as we know it and as I am using it at this moment come to be? Must this not have been something which was for thousands and thousands of years just under the surface of our ability to take hold of it and cognize? And then suddenly it gelled. There was a phase transition, and people got the idea that you could signify with sound, that you could cause an image of a thing not present to come into the mind of your hearer by naming it. And this is a tremendous, almost a miraculous ability. And, people talk about gorillas and dolphins and chimpanzees, and there is language there. But the miracle of human language, the things that we can do with it, the way that poetry can set armies marching, and the way messiahs take control of the destiny of whole millennia of people. It's all through the spoken word. It's all through the power of images beheld in the privacy of the individual mind, somehow linked to little mouth noises. And these little mouth noises go across space and enter through the ear of the hearer. The hearer consults his or her dictionary and reconstructs the blueprint of the intended thought. And this very crude process is what holds us together, our religions, our governments, our hopes, our fears. So a transformation in the linguistic domain would create a great cohesion. And I believe that the proper view of these psychedelic compounds is as enzymes. If you're not entirely clear on what an enzyme is an organic catalyst. Now, what is a catalyst? A catalyst is a compound which causes a certain chemical reaction to progress at a faster rate without the catalyst itself being consumed. In other words, it drives the chemical process. And these hallucinogens in the natural surround drive and catalyze and synergize the process of consciousness in our species. And what it comes down to in practical terms is the synergy of language emergence. We cannot move into the future any faster than the rate at which we transform our language. And language transformation and evolution has up until the present moment been left pretty much to find its own way. There has never been really a culture with a conscious intent of transforming its language. Yes, you.
I agree with you, and I think there's another aspect of it that I've observed in communication, and that is there's like listening to Buckminster Fuller is an interesting process for me. And I've listened to him lots of times in my early childhood, and sometimes when I don't try to understand his words, I switch into another mode. I've had times when I could understand everything he said without understanding his words, some of his words. And so I think there's a lot of communication that goes on in that other place that I think we all have to develop to get beyond the words.
I agree. In the realm of sound, at times, I mean, sometimes people criticize me and say, "You use too many big words. You would communicate with more people if you used simpler words." Well, first of all, I love words. And second of all, it's always been my faith that if you pronounce a word clearly, it will be understood, you know? And I don't know if it's working for you or not, but it's how I learned all these big words, is somebody said them to me and I knew exactly what they meant. So, I think we need to fully empower language. We get along in day-to-day affairs on probably 10,000 words. English has 500,000, and that we would all probably recognize. So we really need to experience and experiment with empowered speech and what it can do. Isn't it interesting that we have millions and millions of words for things like leptons and quarks and ratchets and these kinds of things? We have about 5 words for emotions. We have, love, hate, disgust, and then, a few others. But if you will still your mind for a moment and direct your attention to your heart, you will see that your heart is as busy giving out complex vibrations as your mind is. The complex vibrations given out by your mind, you can usually transduce into speech and start saying, I want, I think, I know, this and that. But when you turn your attention to your heart, most of us are totally inarticulate. And even the most articulate among us in matters of the heart still inherit a tremendously impoverished vocabulary. It's very hard to say what you really mean when you're talking about your feelings, because they're such feathery, delicate creatures, and the words that convey them are such sledgehammers of statistical averaging and crude misunderstanding. So this is another dimension. Out of the 60s come concepts which are always ridiculed by the orthodox, concepts like the vibes and laying an ego trip. But what this is the first halting steps toward creating a new language about emotion and feeling. And it's too bad that it was broken off, or that it didn't proceed at the rapid rate as it began, because we cannot, really, the way I see moving into the future, it isn't a matter of time passing, it's a matter of stretching the envelope of language. We can only progress as quickly as we can describe to each other where it is we want to go. This is again like restating the idea that the best idea will win. What we need to do is all hone our ideas, clarify our thoughts, and then dialogue with each other. This was the Greek technique which created the first philosophical breakthroughs that were the entire basis for our culture, and much of the rest of world culture. So it's always about stretching the envelope of language, seeking to say yet more clearly what we mean, to adumbrate and refine and indicate nuance with ever greater clarity. That is what communication is, and when it's done perfectly, it becomes a true partnership in art.
One example you used before, Terence, is the octopus that you were mentioning changes its body and communicates physically without verbal connection. As a dancer, I appreciate that, and I thought maybe you could make a comment.
This is the part of the evening where we start requesting a favorite song. The Octopus Blues, briefly. I talked about visible language a little earlier, and John reminds me of a wonderful metaphor and insight into all of this, which is, nature always provides models for what we want to do, no matter how advanced or unadvanced. Nature always provides the model. So I had this idea about visible language years and years ago, but in the past couple of years I've discovered everybody seems to discover mind in the water. For Lily it was dolphins. For other people it's been whales. For me it was octopi, cephalopods, and I'll talk about them a little bit. First of all, they have extremely well evolved eyes. They have eyes as good as human eyes, and in fact it's always held up as a great example of parallel evolution, that these two utterly unrelated organisms could have eyes that on the dissecting table you cannot tell a human eye from an octopus eye unless you're an anatomist. So, but who would want to? Octopi are cephalopods. They're mollusks. They're related to escargot and banana slugs. The evolutionary distance between them and us is tremendous. I mean, their line and our line divided about 780 million years ago. Compared to dolphins, dolphins are like the boy and girl next door compared to this organism. This is an alien organism. Okay, so it's been known for a long time that these octopi could change color. And it was always thought that this was simple camouflage, that they change color to match their background. But observation being the key to scientific advance, people notice that, but they don't match their background. They generate polka dots and traveling bars and what are called blushes and striping and all of this sort of thing. So then it was realized they are communicating with each other. This is how octopi communicate. They are actually almost like creatures turned inside out, because they have a tremendously advanced nervous system which is on the surface of their skin. And this nervous system controls these specialized cells called chromatophores, which change color, so that what an octopus thinks is how an octopus looks. In other words, they are their own thoughts. They are like a naked nervous system. They are pure linguistic intent. And when you see them, they not only are able to change their color, but because they're soft-bodied, they can fold and unfold and reveal. So they're like a sematophore. They are pure linguistic intent. And I think where this reaches its most psychedelic extreme is in the benthic octopi, the very rare deep water octopi that live below 1,500 meters in the deep ocean where no light ever penetrates. And how have they continued their dialogue into this abyssal darkness? It's by evolving light organs all over their bodies equipped with eyelid-like membranes, so that if you see films of these things, they are psychedelic idea complexes, transforming themselves, lighting themselves, sending traveling lines of lights and stripes and dots. Well, to me, this is a model for the human future of communication. If you think of the way we seem to require titulary animals, for instance, the titulary animal of 19th century industrialism was the horse, realized as the locomotive, which was measured in thousands and thousands of horsepower. That was very impressive for the 19th century mentality. The 20th century mentality realizes its titulary animal, which is, I think, the hawk, the soaring raptor, which is definitely a Dominator symbol, is realized in high-performance fighter aircraft. You know, that is to be like a gigantic bird of prey. The titulary model, the titulary animal for the future is, I would suggest, the octopi, because it is probing the frontiers of communication and self-reflection. In fact, the octopus may contain the hint of what this great phase transition we're approaching is to be. It is actually, I think, an effort to turn ourselves inside out, to objectify the mind so that it can be beheld and freely seen, so that we can each see the soul of the other, and then to interiorize the body so that it is a freely commanded object in the imagination. That's, I think, what we're headed toward. And it is anticipated by the psychedelic state and will be hardwired through the feminization of cybernetics, and it will release from us the tremendous pressure of limits. That's what we really feel, is limits. And we sense that in the imagination, there are no limits. We just don't know how you get a 145-pound or 220-pound body into the imagination. Well, I think the process is a historical one. It's a cultural transformation. We have to exteriorize our minds, interiorize our bodies, and create a psychedelic, cybernetic partnership collectivity that lays the basis for a new self-image of what humanness can be. This is what I call shedding the monkey. We are destined for grander and higher things. The promise has always been there in the orgasms which we experience in distinction to most other animals, in the religions which we generate in distinction to most other animals, in the great collective works of art and social dreams that we generate in distinction to most other animals. We are called to higher things and are passing through a series of bootstrapping self-transitions that are synergized by the psychedelic plants in our environment and whose end state is anticipated in each of us as a microcosm when we surrender our